hapa Kitutu Masaba. Ni kweli ama si kweli bwana? Sasa sikizeni ndugu zangu watu wa Kitutu Masaba. Nyaribari Masaba. Munisamee. Unajua jana nilikuwa huko Kitutu Masaba. Ndio nimechanganyikiwa kidogo. Si ndio? Hapa ni Nyaribari Masaba. Sasa hii hata nyinyi mnanichanganya. Mara Nyaribari Machapa, mara Maribari chache, mara Nyaribari mingi, sijui sasa ni gani. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Watu wa Nyaribari Masaba, si namna hiyo? So ile soko yenu pia Ramasha kama hii nimemaliza. Na nitaongea na huyu mjumbe wenu anieleze mahali gani ingine nijenge soko. Mimi nataka tuinue wale wafanyabiashara wote wainuke. Tumeelewana? Maneno ya stima. Mimi nimesema hapa mambo ya stima Kisii. Nataka munisikize watu wa Kisii. Kwa miaka 3 imepita tumeunganisha stima kwa manyumba 41,000. Lakini mwaka huu 2026 tunataka kuongeza manyumba 28,000 na tumetoa pesa ya serikali bilioni 2 ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Ninyi ndio mtatusaidia kutuambia ni kijiji gani haina stima tupeleke, ni sehemu gani haina stima tupeleke, kwa sababu tunataka kuzungusha stima kila mahali, tuondoe giza, tuweke mwangaza, ndio shetani ahame. Ala, kwani nyinyi hamjui shetani anapenda mahali iko giza? Si tuweke mwangaza, si tuondoe giza, ndio shetani aweze kutusumbua? Ama mnasemaje watu wa Masimba? Mnasema tuendelee ama tuendelee? Tuendelee ama tuendelee? Watu wa Masimba, watu wa hapa Nyaribari Masaba, si ndio? Hapa tuko na vijana wengi. Tuko na mjumbe wenu hapa Manduku, ni mtu yangu, tunafanya kazi na yeye, na nasema huyu kiongozi tumeshirikiana. Hapa tuko na affordable housing ambayo mimi nilikuwa nimekuja kuanzisha. Mimi nakuja kupatiana kifunguo in the next 2-3 months. Tunaelewana jameni? Mimi niko na deni yenu 2. Mimi niko na deni ya barabara. Ndio? Muliniambia, si ndio? Lazima niwaambie. Muliniambia nitengeneze barabara ya kutoka Keroka. Si ndio? Hiyo barabara ya kutoka Keroka kwenda Ibeno, kwenda mpaka Kiamokoma, si ndio? Ibacho, Kiamokoma, si namna hiyo? Hiyo barabara tayari niko na pesa yake. Tulitangaza kandarasi, sikizeni. Tulitangaza kandarasi, lakini wale contractors walikuja pale ni wale wazembe, nikawakataa. Mimi nataka contractor ambaye hata tuwaibisha. Kwa hivyo nimeambia wizara warudie tena hiyo kandarasi, na tayari wamerudia. Tarehe 28 tunafungua hiyo kandarasi. Ikiwa tayari mwezi wa 6 mimi nakuja hapa kuanzisha hiyo barabara yenu, kwa sababu ni ahadi yangu kwenu, na hiyo barabara nitawatengenezea. Nyaribari Masaba hoye! Masaba hoye! Kuna barabara ingine ni deni yangu kwenu. Barabara ya kutoka Sosera, Ekona, si ndio? Mpaka wapi? Mpaka Ramasha. Si namna hiyo? Ile ya kwanza ni kutoka Keroka kwenda Ibeno mpaka Kiamokoma. Si namna hiyo? Alafu hii sasa ni Sosera kwenda Ramasha. Hiyo barabara vile vile, ule contractor yuko pale ni mtu bure sana. Huyo contractor nimemwambia atoke. Huyo contractor sasa tunawaletea contractor mpya. Na tumekubaliana na huyu mbunge wenu ya kwamba huyo contractor mpya atafika hapa mwezi moja na nusu ni watengenezee hiyo barabara. Si Waswahili wanasema ahadi ni nini? Dawa ya deni. Si nikulipa? Si hiyo kazi nifanye? Vile nimefanya hii ya soko, si nifanye hiyo pia? Tumalizane na kazi yenu. Ama mnasemaje watu wa hapa Masimba? Tuendelee ama tuendelee? Mimi nawashukuru pia, mumenipatia kijana mwingine anaitwa Matoke. Huyu anafanya kazi kwa ofisi yangu huyu, si ndio? Huyu kijana ni kijana wa bidii sana, ananisaidia kazi kule Nairobi. Huyo kijana si namna hiyo, na ni timu moja na ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Maundu. Tunataka ndio wapange mambo ya hapa mpaka ikae chonjo, na watakuwa wananiambia ile kazi haijafanyika nikuje nifanye. Wamenieleza manduku sasa kwamba niunganishe hapa Masimba na Ibeno na Ibacho, si ndio? Mnasema tuunganishe na barabara. Haya, wacha wewe ndio umeniambia leo bwana. Sasa ungekuwa umeniambia mapema ningekuwa nimepanga, si ndio? Masimba hoye! Masimba hoye! Hiyo kazi yote mimi nataka niwaeleze vile vile, mbali na kujenga hii soko, tunajenga pia hostels ya vijana wetu hapa Kisii. Leo asubuhi nimetoka kuanzisha hostel. Ile TVET yenu ya hapa tunajenga hostel. Na tunataka kujenga hostel ya vijana wetu 6,000. Wale wa university, wale wa KMTC, wale wa Technical Training College, ndio vijana wetu wapate mahali pazuri pa kuishi, na tumewapatia pesa 1.6 billion shillings ya kujenga hostels ya watoto wa hapa Kisii County. Vile vile nyinyi mliniambia nipange mambo ya elimu ya watoto wetu. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Leo nikisimama mbele yenu, kwa miaka mitatu nimeajiri walimu 1,100 wapya wasomeshe watoto wetu, na tunapangana nao waheshimiwa, kila mtoto wa Kenya apate nafasi ya kusoma. Tunaelewana jameni? Muliniambia ninyoroshe uchumi. Ile uchumi ilikuwa imekwama. Interest rate ilikuwa juu, tumeteremsha chini. Exchange rate ilikuwa juu 160, tumeteremsha imekuja 129. Ile inflation ilikuwa juu, tumeteremsha chini. Pesa zetu za kigeni imeongezeka maradufu. Mimi nataka niwaambie sasa tumepangana vizuri. Muliniambia nipange mambo ya kilimo, ni kweli ama si kweli? Hiyo kilimo, bei ya mbolea ilikuwa 7,000, nimeteremsha mpaka 2,500. Maziwa nimepanga vizuri. Mambo ya chai nimepanga vizuri. Mambo ya kahawa, ile kahawa ilikuwa inauzwa shilingi 50 kwa kilo moja, sasa inauzwa shilingi 150 kwa kilo moja. Hiyo mpango yote tumepanga vizuri, kwa sababu tunataka Kenya yetu iweze kusonga mbele. Watu wa Masimba hoye! Mnasema niendelee kupanga hiyo kazi? Watoto wetu wasome, muendelee na kilimo, tupange biashara na masoko, nipange barabara, tuweke maji, tuweke stima. Wangapi wanasema tuendelee na kazi jameni? Tuendelee na kazi, tuendelee na kazi. Si namna hiyo? Mimi nawauliza, iko haja ya fitina? Iko haja ya propaganda na ukabila na chuki? Wale majamaa wengine tunashindana na wao, nyinyi mnawajua. Hakuna chochote wamefanya hii Nyaribari Masaba. Si hapa Nyaribari Masaba tuko na affordable housing? Si tuko na masoko? Si tuko na KMTC, tunajenga TVET, tunajenga hostels? Si barabara ndio hii? Si stima ndio hiyo? Hiyo kazi tuendelee naye ama tuendelee naye? Kazi ya wale watu wa matusi mingi na ukabila mingi na chuki mingi, kazi yao hapa iko wapi? Kuna soko wamejenga? Kuna barabara wamejenga? Kuna stima wameunganisha? Hata harambee ya kanisa wamefanya? Hiyo watu ni bure ama si bure? Ndio mimi nawaambia ndugu zangu, watu wa hapa Masimba, Kenya hii sisi wote, Simba yuko hapa na mimi, sisi wote, mbunge wetu Manduku yuko hapa. Kila mtu apimwe na ile kazi amefanya, ama namna gani? Mimi nawauliza watu wa Masimba, si nyinyi ndio mnachagua MCA? Si mnachagua mbunge, senator, governor na rais? Nyinyi ndio mnachagua. Mimi nawauliza, wakati mnachagua kiongozi, mnachagua kiongozi kwa sababu ya kazi ama sura? Kwa sababu ya kazi ama fitina? Kazi ama matusi? Si kila mtu anachaguliwa na kazi yake? Ama mnasemaje? Si kila mtu achaguliwe na kazi yake? Ndio mimi nimeambia hata wale wanajaribu kushindana na mimi, elezeni hawa wananchi mpango yenu ni gani. Wamesema hawana mpango, ati kazi yao ni kupigana na Ruto. Sasa mimi nawaambia wale jamaa, nyinyi mpango hamuna, maono hawana, sera hawana, agenda hawana. Kumbe mnajua wale majamaa, mnawajua wale wa ukabila na chuki na migawanyiko na ubaguzi, mnawajua wale ati agenda hawana, mpango, maono, sera, hata akili. Salala, wale watu ni bure sana. Mimi nawauliza watu wa Masimba, hii kazi tuendelee ama tuendelee? Mimi nimesema nataka niungane na viongozi wote wa Kisii tufanye kazi ya wananchi. Nyinyi mnakubali tuungane jameni? Mimi nifanye kazi na Simba Arati, nifanye kazi na mbunge wenu, nifanye kazi na mama county, nifanye kazi na MCA wenu. Hebu nione wala anasema tufanye kazi pamoja, tufanye kazi pamoja, si ndio? Mimi nawauliza nyinyi watu wa Masimba, kwa hivyo mnasemaje? Ati Masimba mnasemaje? Ati Masimba mnasemaje? Ati Masimba mnasemaje? Ati Masimba mnasemaje? Hebu nione tutam ya watu wa Masimba, tutam. Wacha nichukue nafasi hii nimpatie gavana wetu Simba Paul Arati.
Aya, Masimba hoye! Masimba hoye! Wacha nione onye waikaga kubwato okoboko tukwana ningo iguru igandoro sino omule. Asante Mheshimiwa Rais, ukitoa maa pale inabaki Simba, ukitoa maa inabaki Simba. Hapa Masimba, Nyaribari, Masaba, mimi nataka nikuulize kwa haraka tu, wale mnashangilia dakika mbili, kwa sababu mheshimiwa umefika hapa Masimba. Nataka nikuulize tafadhali, hapa Masimba ukiangalia namna hii mpaka mwisho hakuna street lighting. Kama utaweza milioni 10 itamaliza hapa mpaka mwisho. Mheshimiwa Rais, hapa nyuma niko na hospitali ni level 4. Unajua ile pesa umenipa ni kidogo, na kuuliza tu unipe shilingi milioni 20 niwekee vyombo hapa. Iko hapa nyuma ya hii building. Your Excellency, kitu ya tatu na kuomba tafadhali kule Keroka, kwa sababu tumekuwa na mfurugano kidogo na Nyamira, sasa ile soko yetu pande hii na ile back street, tafadhali sema kitu watu wangu wa Nyaribari, Masaba wapone. Najua rais akiwa hapa ndio baba wa taifa, si ndio? Yeye ndiye hako na ile kisu, kwa hiyo buchari anaangalia ni mahali gani iko na mafuta anakata. Kwa hivyo tunauliza kwamba hapa Nyaribari, Masaba, tafadhali pale Keroka, kwa sababu nasema tutengeneze hiyo town yetu, naomba kwamba hiyo back street na hiyo soko umesema ni pesa nyingi itengenezwe. Kitu nyingine Mheshimiwa Rais, nikubalie niseme haya. Nataka nikushukuru kwa sababu wewe umeweka bilioni 1 kwa stadium yetu ya Kisii. Ruto ni fire ama si fire? Ni fire ama si fire? Hebu kama ni fire onyesha yeye ni fire namna hii. Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka nishukuru kwa sababu ya soko la daraja 2 ambapo umeona kina mama hapa wanaenda wanachukua bidhaa zao kule. Pia kule umenipea 1 billion ya kujenga soko lile. Nataka nikushukuru kwa sababu ya airport pale Suneka, Nyambera 450 million, soko inaendelea kujengwa. Toge ndrego kama mutagete to kame gose tuganye ng'ombe chibwate lieme nabo mutagete Masimba gose mbachaga mongwano ulioshibishi. Bwana Rais, ulipea ndugu yetu hapa, ulipea yeye kazi ya waziri. Hiyo waziri akaamua kwenda kukula school feeding program. Ndio sababu nasikia kwamba hukupea yeye tena nafasi nyingine ya pili. Hapa ni nyumbani kwao, lakini lazima, yeye ni mzee na tunayemheshimu, tunamwambia mzee, poa, tukuonyeshe vile maendeleo inafanywa. Amangana ashibishi. Imore tayari. Eto baniga tobora nike maena. Wiki ego chango chandega Masimba. Nkoya na nande chimilioni 5 ibere chie basari. Abana nkonyu barama bere. Januari omotienyo 8. Omotienyo 8 na atebrenga nkoya na nande abana ba grade 1 na grade 2 amabere. Ntigego sengenderere. Sasa niulize, wacha niulize. Hapa Nyaribari Masaba, kwa wale wako na roho safi, kama shetani ameingia ndani yako, wewe usiseme. Na sisi wakati tuko na mkutano yetu, tunaheshimiana. Tunawaambia jamaa, kama wewe una shughuli, kama unataka kutusi sisi, nitapea wewe Metembe. Niko na uwanja karibu eka 20. Enda tusi kule. Lakini tukiwa na mkutano yetu, usijaribu kuja kuleta kinyoko katika mikutano yetu. Nimeambia Rais, mumaetege kondo. Mumaetege kondo ikibwateke minja. Naboge kobeke ngata ya isaransira. Naboge go isaranse kiminja kiagenda maega. Osigia isaranse kiminja giacha motu. Iko kerege kondo ge isaransire kiminja kia ebna ge kordaki keganetie. Masimba na hapa Nyaribari Masaba, muko tayari? Mimi kama deputy party leader wa chama cha ODM, baba alituacha katika mikono ya rais, na tumesema kwamba tunashirikiana pamoja. Wacha nisikie, tukisema ODM nasema tuko tayari. Hata wale wa UDA hapa ndani ndio wasikie, including rais. ODM, ODM. Rais, hivyo ndio tunasema sisi wana ODM. Tutashirikiana na hapa watu wa Masimba tigangondaro emodagete to sabwe tamwe emo seibere tigangondora abantu bagitamu ibirema. Asante sana. Asante mheshimiwa.
Abantu baminto ba Masimba mbiyamole. Masimba oye! Omanye teki mwachaga ontagete moro kyo monne bwensa masikania manene. Ontagete kero montai mukyo kwaye tomote bituta. Masimba oye! President William Ruto! Aya, ayote mukyo kwaye bitene ni byaki. President William Ruto! Masimba! Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, na karibu hapa kwetu Masimba. Mimi nina furaha isiyo kipita kifani, kwa sababu nilikuja kwa ofisi yako tukakubaliana tufanye kazi na wewe, na ukaniuliza ningetaka nini kwa watu wa Nyaribari Masawa. Nikakueleza sisi Nyaribari, ile kitu ambayo imetusumbua kwa muda mrefu ni barabara zetu. Na leo umekuja hapa umehakikisha ya kwamba ile barabara kubwa kutoka Keroka, Iwacho, Kiamukama imekwisha. Utakuja kuzindua wewe mwenyewe. Barabara ya pili ni ile ilikuwa imekwama pale kutoka Sosera, Ekona, Ramasha. Wewe mwenyewe umesema pia hiyo utajenga. Barabara ya tatu ni kutoka hapa Masimba kushikanisha Mogweko, Ibacho mpaka Chirichiro. Your Excellency, hizo tukimaliza Nyaribari Masaba will be finished. Your Excellency, wakati tumeongea na wewe juzi, umenieleza ya kwamba ungependa kutunuku shule moja shilingi milioni 10. Your Excellency, nakuomba kwa sababu mimi nimejenga magorofa hapa kwa hizi shule zetu. Tayari naelekea gorofa ya 20. Nimejenga madarasa zaidi ya 120. Ningependa Rais unipatie milioni 10 nipeleke shule nyingine pale inaitwa Mogweko niwajengee gorofa pia huko. La mwisho, Your Excellency, sisi ni washiriki wa kanisa la SDA. Hapa Masimba SDA ndio headquarter. Wameniomba pia nikienda Sabato unitume kwao. La mwisho, tuko na head promoters hapa ambao wanasaidia wetu sana. Your Excellency, pia hapa head promoters wako na sherehe, tafadhali nitume kwao. Otherwise, asante sana Rais, abantu bami ndonga kimwateba. Daniel Manduku, mbia mono sana.
Lero bakungu tigato kwane. Mheshimiwa Rais, karibu Nyaribari Masaba. Hapa huko nyumbani. Mimi ni kijana wako, nikiwa kijana wako ambaye ulimpa kazi kama mkurugenzi kule katika chama cha UDA. Mheshimiwa Rais, niliuza hicho chama cha UDA mpaka tukapata ushindi. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Rais, kando na hilo, umenichukua na ukaniteua kule State House kama kijana yako ambaye you are doing mentorship. Nashukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Na mimi nitasimama nyuma yako na niko ngangari, na mimi si mtu wa kombo. Najua kuna wengine ambao Mheshimiwa Rais unawapa nafasi, leo anasema hiki, kesho anasema hiki. Mama nyeti. Tunataka tuseme leo Mheshimiwa Rais kwamba ukimpa mtu nafasi, huyo mtu asimamie haki na auze sera zako na auze yale mambo ambayo wewe unasimamia. Mwisho kabisa Mheshimiwa Rais, hizi barabara zote ambazo umesema, mimi nitakukumbusha nikiwa kijana wako pale State House. Mwanjira manene bwe nsoko boka maambi na munyoli chiparetio. Mwanjira bo. Wanondage temongoro kitutamia Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto. Arambe. No Mheshimiwa Manduku, as a member of parliament, tunakushukuru. Una Manduku wako na gukura akule na chipare chichere bya uzere bobe. Biamono, mwisho kabisa Mheshimiwa Simbarati, asante kwa ile hospitali ambayo unatujengea kule. Tunashukuru sana kule Ichuni Ward. Tunashukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kuja na unakaribishwa tena. Biamono, mimi nikiwa mbunge wako wa UDA, mimi ninasema chama changu ambacho nakiuza ni chama cha UDA. Asante sana.
Aya, Your Excellency, asante sana. Watu wa Masimba oye! Muko tutam. Your Excellency sana. Your Excellency, mimi nakumbuka siku moja tulikuja hapa kukinyesha tukifanya kampeni. Hawa anti zangu walikuwa wanauza mboga hapa. Ukawaambia kwa majaliwa ya Mwenyezi Mungu, mimi nikifaulu nitengeneze serikali, mimi nitawachengea market. Leo Rais amerudi hapa. Market amechenga ama atajenga? Rais, umechenga hii market yetu ya Masimba. Umesenga ile ya Ramasa ambayo ilikuwa. Umechenga nyumba ya affordable housing. Your Excellency, mimi nataka kukumake small request. Kuna samba ikapa nyuma, nataka kuambia governor. Tunakosa market ya livestock kwa maana we are on the border ya watu wa Ramasa. Nataka hiyo samba ututengenezee livestock market hapa chini. Kitu kingine ya pili, Your Excellency, watu wameona hapa elders community. Watu mimi nimengangana na wao sana. Kitu ya ajabu, Your Excellency, hata siku moja uchawahi hata kuwalipa. Wewe ndio ulisemanga hawa mama wetu wazee, unajua hapa kwetu Kisii hatuna mabarabara. Ukasema watu kawapatia kila mwezi 2500. Zini ukweli? Haya, kitu kingine ya barabara tulikuwa tumesema ile ya Sosera kona isika hapa Masimba. Tulikuwa na
Excellency, Your Excellency. Haya, Mheshimiwa Rais, umesema kwamba utapeana soko kule Keroka, lakini kuna Keroka mbili. Kuna Keroka ya Nyamira na kuna Keroka ya Kisii County. So ndio watu wetu usiseme Keroka, upate soko yetu ya Kisii County ikienda wapi? Ikienda kule Nyamira. Na hapa Masimba, asante Your Excellency, hapa Masimba hawana hospitali. Ulikuwa umesema watapata hospitali, hakuna mahali wanaenda mbali. Na ukikuwa Ekerubo kule Ichuni Ward, ulikuwa umepromise pia utawapatia hospitali. Your Excellency, ni wewe ulikuwa umesema. La mwisho, watu wetu wa Nyaribari Masaba, tutabaki kwa serikali ama tunaenda opposition? Tunabaki kwa serikali ama tunaenda opposition? Korukare, Abanyaribari, Korukare ntwanya koba opposition. Abanyaribari, Korukare ntwanya koba opposition. Ngwaka tore tutamwase President Ruto. Mbuya mono.
Tegale rango. Mbuya minjira abanyamato abachikirani chaito tukeminjira gosengai bone torega tinga basani baito ne binyambi nande bo maite ge binyambi nabakora mumba maite nabare bakangai no mugakaraira bakamosuguma mbamo ete no enkende tutagwe karakari turanyore ke tokonyora kere koboko echironge yachire aigaga Nyaribari estimate kanari korigere mu bwato 37%. Lakini toko batainga bwatyo mongwano ya bande muwe mincha mwate yango maite na kinaki mwate babo sore bako bwatyo mugako yoko bayechi besa nini ngwense yotanje tibesa bona iganda ate banko baserane mwensi byose mawase kamwensi mocha ko gobya kose bana nkora baba mito wale nkora bayigo bono ini mutagete ndigie chia ne mbae lakini mutagete ndu usiga chorange gente kama kere mutagete keke
ndusiga ndete na kie kio mugavana ko batebia so many things takere go chaga omogusia takere ko bo mongaini muna chikabira chinde toranyora ebintu tokere gokora ki konyora ekiagara mambi tosanira mukamo mura naye bene mumanyi kwa manyana kiyogo kwana ri mugambi togocha gukwana ga ebintu bitobwate magoroga oyo no mugambi bwense gosema no bamito wage na kiyogo cha kongaina abantu ga sawa tegerra togocha gukwana ga otabwate masikani ogote naga abo sote yo mugambi nga ni ne biswahili ebinge ona tari geswahili otamahitia enchuo tokwegere geswahili togocha gosarike gusiga mbuyane gosembo bende oyo ne president ya Kenya rasmo tuara masikani ya sare ebinte bikwa bertari ko mukwana ncheri yoko kwana ngano bochumbo tagete ayendo chonyo aro orasa rigo chiga kwenda kabisa ayeno mundu nkeka bana okora bano ono mugambi rasmo musike masimba oye mbuyande gosembo bende Your Excellency, mimi sikuwa na maneno mbaya ya kusema. Nilisema tumekukaribisha hapa na nikasema kama jamii ya Omogusi tumekataa kutengwa katika maneno ya ukabila, kuwekwa kando. Kuna viongozi wanasema ati wewe usikanyage hapa Kisii, ati ni ngome yao. Your Excellency, wewe ndio rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Wakati unapanga maendeleo ya sehemu zingine za Kenya, hata sisi tupangie maendeleo. Kwa sababu hata sisi ni wa Kenya. Wale watu wanatuuzia ukabila hapa Kisii, sisi hatutaki. Jamii yetu inaishi Eldoret. Jamii yetu inaishi Nakuru. Jamii yetu inafanya biashara Kisumu. Hatutaki maisha na siasa ya ukabila. Siasa yetu ni maendeleo. Ukileta hii barabara, tuko sawa. Ukileta market, tuko sawa. Ukileta stima, tuko sawa. Ngoroki bana maoko yo president nda ngoroki maoko yo president ngoroki biara we president muragerenge ntigara ngoroki maoko aye kwanza. William Ruto. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki.
Abantu wa minto wa masimba mbiyamore naende Nyasaye no muya chinga kichionsi. Abantu ba minto litanga ni mbiyamono esenge chomwachira sobonge elia kabere tigamba tebi abantu ba minto okobe serikali negentekia okobe serikali manduku muna chamo isonde kuagerire abantu baito banyari bari masaba tuanyolire echire korrekana abantu baito banyari bari masaba ogosoe serikali kuagerire tuanyolire pare ya sosera yagerire tuanyolire chipara chinde omongwana naro ochamo isonde agotebanga ewiribaro imetoboka momo maete tigamba boli abantu baminto echire bunamoroche echire nesaregete i soko imetoboka, iyo barabara rais ametupatia imetoboka, iyo barabara ya sosera imetoboka, ama yeye ndio ametoboka. Abantu baminto tigatobwaterane tokonyane to make sure nyari bari yeito yabweneire ngakimogo motebye segenje binde byatoire ngakimogo motebi ngoro kiango iga tutamia William Ruto mbiamono tiganya saya baseseni.
Abantu ba minto mbiamore naende Rais William Ruto ni fire si fire, ni noma si noma, ni fire si fire. Bwana Rais, mimi nataka kuchukua hii nafasi kukushukuru na kukukaribisha hapa Kisii na niseme asante sana kwa ile maendeleo yote umetupatia since Sunday when you came. Nataka kuelezea hivi, sio maendeleo peke yake umetuletea, hata appointments umetupatia. The latest appointment ya Bishop Kefa Nyamweya Omai for the chairmanship of the National Coalition and Integration Commission ni mtu wa hapa nyumbani. nataka kuchukua hii nafasi kukuambia asanti kwa hiyo nomination, na niendelee kuelezea watu wetu kwamba hatuna siasa saa hii. Ile kazi tunataka kufanya ni kazi ya maendeleo, kutoka masoko mpaka barabara mpaka mashule mpaka mahospitali mpaka stadium mpaka kila kitu, maendeleo ambayo hatujaiona Kisii yetu. Bwana Rais, tunakushukuru na tunakuomba uendelee kuwa na sisi kama wa Kisii tutakuwa nyuma yako. Asante sana, Mungu akubariki.
Watu wa Masimba, si mmesikia ile mheshimiwa Jumapili nikaanzisha stadium yenu mpya ya shilingi bilioni 1, na hiyo stadium itakamilika ndani ya miezi 9, na mimi nitakuja kufanya handover. Mnanielewa? Kesho mimi naenda kuanzisha ile airport yetu ya Suneka ya hapa Kisii. Hiyo airport ilikwama karibu miaka 7 iliyopita. Nimepanga pesa, naenda kusongesha runway, niweke terminal building. Mwisho wa mwaka huu mtakuwa mnapandia ndege hapa Suneka mkienda Nairobi na kule kwingine. Vile vile huyu mbunge wenu, hiyo mabarabara mimi nimewaambia narudi hapa tukimaliza mambo ya kandarasi nianzishe tujenge. Huyu mbunge wenu ameniambia kuna shule inaitwa Mogweko. Hiyo shule ya Mogweko, mheshimiwa, nipatia account, nitawawekea milioni 10, endelea kujenga hiyo shule. Mheshimiwa Governor, hiyo hospitali unasema iko hapa chini. Mimi chairman ya hiyo hospitali anaitwa nani? Hiyo hospitali iko na chairman. Hiyo account yao, mimi nataka hiyo account mupatie Simba. Mimi nitawawekea milioni 20 ya hiyo hospitali yenu hapo. Tunaelewana? Na mufanye haraka haraka. Sijui kama huyo chairman mbona hajakuja ama yako na mpango gani? Simba atapanga. Simba atapanga na huyo chairman. Si namna hiyo? Tumekubaliana? Ile kazi ingine yote ambayo imebaki hapa mimi nitarudi. Tunaelewana? Tuko pamoja ama tuko pamoja? Mnasema tuendelee na kazi? Tuendelee na kupanga ajira ya vijana wetu. Tumekubaliana? Oh, chairman amepatikana. Wewe chairman, nataka account ya hospitali. Patia Simba saa hizi, mimi nataka niwawekee pesa, alafu Simba utakuja hapa wewe usimamie mpaka ile unataka ijengwe. Ndio dunia hii iweze kusonga mbele. Masimba hoye! Masimba hoye! Tuendelee ama tuendelee? Kazi. Wale wanasema tuendelee na kazi mbele. Na mtu asituambie mambo ya ngome. Ngome ya mtu ni mahali amefanya kazi. Ngome sio kwa maneno, ngome ni kwa vitendo. Ama namna gani? Hata wale wananijaribu mashindano watanizungumzia kwa maneno, mimi nitawajibu kwa vitendo. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Kwani soko kama hii watakuja kufuta? Tukijenga barabara watafanya nini? Tunaelewana? Mnasema tuendelee? Mwisho, tuko hapa na viongozi wengi wengine. Niko na Irene Mayaka hapa, mrembo kutoka Nyamira, mpigeni makofi. Mbunge maalum. Niko hapa na ndugu yangu Mose Shadrack, Solicitor General wetu. Niko na governor wetu wa kwanza wa Kisii, mzee Ongwae, pigeni makofi. Niko na Isaboke, PS wangu wa mambo ya broadcasting, pigeni makofi. Niko na huyo mungwana anaitwa Steve Mogaka, mbunge wetu wa kutoka West Mugirango. Hapa niko na mama Jerusha Momanyi. Huyu mama ni Otokor, wewe simama hapo, anataka suti iko noma bana. Ai. Sasa watu wa Masimba, si mnajua hapa sasa nimeambia hawa watu mimi sitaki ni handover hii soko kabla hapa mbele haijatengenezwa. Mimi nataka hapa mbele iwekwe kabro. Mimi sitaki tena matope ingie ndani hapo. So nimekubaliana na PS wangu mwezi moja awe ametandika kabro hapa mbele, hii soko ikae chonjo. Si namna hiyo? Niko hapa na chairman wa soko anaitwa Kennedy Momanyi. Yuko area? Wewe Kennedy simama hapo. Hawa wafanyabiashara wanaingia kwa hiyo soko. Sawa sawa? Si kuna wafanyabiashara ameniambia kuna wafanyabiashara 200 wataingia ndani ya soko. Si namna hiyo? Hawa wafanyabiashara wanajulikana? Ni kina nani? Wako? Wewe uko na list? Wewe chairman, uko na list ya wafanyabiashara? Mko nayo? Bas, wape mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa wa hapa bwana Manduku. Sasa wewe niko na kwa wao wafanyabiashara wanarudi hapo ndani. Mimi nataka niwaongezee stock ya biashara yao. Utawapanga vizuri? Bas, mimi nakupatia saa hizi shilingi milioni 2. Shilingi milioni 2 ndio hii, patia hawa shilingi milioni. Ndio hii shilingi milioni 2. Kila mfanyabiashara hapa apatiwe pesa, aongezewe pesa, stock ya hapa ikae chonjo. Tunaelewana jameni? Tuendelee ama tuendelee? Watu wa Masimba tuendelee ama tuendelee? Kwa hivyo watu wa Masimba, mimi nasema asante sana kwa kunikaribisha. Mjue mimi nawapenda sana. Nyasaye abaseseni. Mungu awabariki jamani, asante sana, nawapenda. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Recommendations of a report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly, Departmental Committee on Energy, as well as that of the Senate Standing Committee on Energy, on the consideration of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Blocks T6 and T7 in South Lokichar Basin, which is in Turkana County. It's a report that was adopted by the Houses of Parliament on the 25th of February, the year 2026. And some of the proposals that this report makes includes the need to extend the ambit of special economic zones legal and regulatory regime to midstream and upstream petroleum operations. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, as you can see, has already made his way into the chamber to preside over this afternoon's sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast, brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tulikutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao hajasahau msikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Well, as we wait for the House to correct with that quorum bell underway, we shall continue to take a look at the business that has been lined up for consideration this afternoon as the members of the National Assembly convene for this plenary sitting. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 8 of 2026, which is at its second reading stage, is lined up for consideration with the mover set to be called to reply. But just to take a look at what this bill basically entails, as I had indicated earlier, is a bill that seeks to amend the Special Economic Zones Act, Cap 517A, in order to strengthen the Special Economic Zones framework and align it with the operational requirements of large-scale capital investments, including investments in midstream and upstream petroleum operations. So this bill also draws its basis from the observations and recommendations that were drawn from a report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and its counterpart from the Senate, that is the Senate Standing Committee on Energy, on the consideration of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Block T6 and T7 in South Lokichar Basin. This is in Turkana County. And these reports were adopted by the Houses of Parliament on the 25th of February 2026, with some of the proposals including the need to extend the ambit of Special Economic Zones legal and regulatory regime to midstream and upstream petroleum operations, and also extend fiscal incentives and concessions to investors in midstream and upstream petroleum operations. With this, Parliament recognized the need for the formulation of the legal framework in order to actualize the proposals and observations made in that particular report.
Administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
George Sunguya. George Ole Sunguya is in the house. Members on their feet, take your seats. Sirma, when I say take your seats, you stand up and start walking. Honourable members, I have a petition to convey to the House regarding the implementation of the Nairobi Rivers Commission project in Kangemi and Dagoretti. Honourable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords every person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, I wish to inform the House that my office has received a petition by Mrs. Joseph Ngure and Mugo Gichenga on behalf of landowners in Kangemi. Their petition concerns the implementation of the Nairobi Rivers Commission's project for the rehabilitation and beautification of the Nairobi stream basin. The petitioners state that they are ancestral landowners within Kangemi and the larger Dagoretti division of Nairobi City County holding lawful freehold titles. They aver that their settlement on land bordering the Nairobi stream and its tributaries dates back to the 1930s. Consequently, the community has established deep historical, cultural, and spiritual ties to the land, including the interment of their ancestors. Honourable members, the petitioners submit that their historical claims were documented in the Morris Carter Kenya Land Commission report of 1934 and reinforced by the land tenure reforms of the Swinnerton Plan. These processes culminated in the issuance of freehold titles, recognizing them as lawful private owners under the Land Registration Act 2012 and Article 40 of the Constitution. The petitioners note that on 8th September 2025, the National Environmental Management Authority noted for the proposed construction of social amenities within the basin. While the petitioners do not object to the environmental restoration of the Nairobi stream basin, they maintain that such development must be conducted strictly within the law, upholding social justice, human dignity, and constitutional rights. Honorable members, the petitioners express a reasonable apprehension among ancestral landowners regarding the project's execution. They claim they were excluded from the design phase and denied adequate opportunity for consultation, particularly concerning the proposed dredging of the Nairobi River. They further contend that this exclusion violates Article 28, 40, and 43 of the Constitution, as well as Kenya's international obligations under the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Furthermore, they argue that the Nairobi Rivers Commission actions bypass the due process for compulsory acquisition as mandated by the Land Act 2012, which requires formal notice, public inquiry, and the prompt payment of just compensation. The petitioners fear that the project threatens their property rights and livelihoods. They assert that their views were disregarded by implementing agencies, leading to the heightened anxiety and psychological distress over potential displacement or eviction. Honorable members, the petitioners state that despite submitting memoranda and engaging with the relevant authorities, their concerns remain unresolved. They have also affirmed that the issues raised are not pending before any court of law or other constitutional body. The petitioners therefore pray that the National Assembly, 1, recommends the immediate suspension of all project activities affecting private land in Kangemi and Dagoretti, ensuring no demolitions or evictions occur without full legal compliance. 2, ensures that the project remains confined within legally demarcated riparian boundaries, 6 meters to 3 meters respectively from the stream banks, and prohibits encroachment beyond these limits without lawful justification and community consent. And 3, makes any other orders or recommendations it deems fit to address their grievances. Honorable members, having determined that the matters raised are within the authority of this House, I hereby commit this petition to the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, and Mining. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioners in accordance with the standing orders. I thank you. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, those petitioners have good prayers. But Honorable Speaker, I may want to seek your guidance on the possibility, probably, of the committee led by Honorable Kangogo. I believe that is Honorable Kangogo's committee, being able to consider that petition. I hear the first prayer by the petitioners is to order suspension of any activities along the river. And I think they can only, the committee or the House can only do that upon submission of a report by the House. And therefore, I was just seeking guidance that committee then considers that petition very quickly, because the petitioners may imagine that tomorrow the Honorable Kangogo Bowen can issue a veto to the government that you suspend all activities, which probably they may not be aware is not possible to do that. True, Honorable Speaker, even as the committee engages with the petitioners and other stakeholders, is to remind the committee to also look at the legal provisions in terms of the riparian reserves for the river, for streams, for tributaries, because I want to believe probably there are different way leaves for each of those waterways, but also to encourage our people to, and I hear them, I've heard of ancestral land, some sentimental attachment because they have buried ancestors. I pray that these ancestors have not been buried along the riparian reserve. Because, Honorable Speaker, the riparian is not part of your land. And we must also, as a House, be quick to inform and educate our people. Because the issues that you saw with the flooding in the country about a month ago, we lost close to 90 Kenyans resulting from flooding. Everybody rose to point fingers at the city county government of Nairobi. But we never look inwards and see what is it that we have done ourselves to contribute to the rise of those things. And probably these are some of the things that have contributed, not just to flooding in our city, but more importantly, Honorable Speaker, and I say that because I hail from Kikuyu, where part of Nairobi River starts from, in Ondire, and Nyongara and Getwe in the Gong Forest. And if you look at the water that comes from the source, very clean water. But by the time that water makes its way through Kawangware and Kangemi, by the time it is getting to my other neighborhood in Lavington, it is all raw sewage. It is a sludge. Therefore, we must also ask the committee, as you consider this petition, look at whether the petitioners have actually encroached on the riparian reserve. And if they have, I think it's only fair that you encourage them to move away from the riparian reserve so that we protect not just the people who are living along that riparian reserve, but also protect our environment in terms of pollution of that river, Honorable Speaker. And I must commend the work that is being done by the Nairobi River Restoration Project. I have seen what has been done around Kamukunji and parts of Eastland, and it is really commendable. In many cities around the world, Honorable Speaker, you know, from the Thames in London to the other river through Paris, I don't remember the name of that river. River Seine. Yes, through Paris. Waterfront or riverfront properties are the most valuable and most expensive properties. But riverfront properties in Nairobi are the worst. And therefore, we must move our country and our city towards that. And so I want to encourage the Kangogo's committee to consider all those issues as they consider that petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a good petition. I had the privilege yesterday on behalf of the Committee of Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works, which oversees the Nairobi River Commission. I had the opportunity to launch the first phase of rehabilitation along the Komba Market. And Mr. Speaker, what I saw in terms of what is existing now, I think it calls for a lot of attention from everybody. We interacted with majority of the citizens of Gekomba, and one of the statements they were issuing is that this filthiness does not come from Gekomba, it comes from upstream. And I bet the petitioners are the ones part of where this mess is coming from. Mr. Speaker, we will not be asking much as a committee. We'll be adjourned on this petition because of the responsibility that we also have to ensure that we have clean environment in our cities. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the riparian land is protected by law. So there is nothing much that the petitioners can do, but we have to wait and see whether their statement is valid or not. I therefore ask this House, ask you, Mr. Speaker, as we move forth, that our committee is joined on this petition. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jen Kihara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important petition, and I'm seeking your advice as to whether the Committee on Lands, for purposes of the land issue where they seek compensation and where they say they are holding genuine title deeds, whether they can be incorporated, at least to have a look at the documentation that they may be having. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuwapongeza ambao wameleta hii petition. Mheshimiwa Spika, sehemu ambazo ni za kushika maji, Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima ziangaliwe ili zisiweze kuleta madhara, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hata kama hawa watu watakuwa wanapewa compensation, Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tuulizane kwa nini pale mwanzo waweze kupewa sehemu ambazo ni za kushika maji, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo tukiangalia hapo mbeleni, iwekwe dhahiri kuwa wale wahusika wasiweze kupatia wananchi wakaanza kupitisha plans mpaka za kujenga sehemu ambazo ni za kushika maji na kuja kuwatatiza wananchi baadaye, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini pia iangaliwe kuwa pia hao watakaopewa hiyo compensation isiwe tu ile ambayo mtu hawezi akajimudu baadaye, iwe ni kitu cha kuonekana. Na nipongeze serikali kwa mara ya kwanza toka wakati wa uhuru ya taifa hili. Serikali hii ndio imekuwa ya kwanza kuweza kusafisha Nairobi River, imekaa safi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini pia kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanabadilika na hewa. Kwa hiyo lazima wananchi wa Kenya waweze kuelezewa kiufasaha. Ikiwa hao wanatolewa hapa, kuna mabadiliko ya mazingira. Je, hapo mahali wanasongeza miaka inayokuja ni karibuni, pengine maji yanaweza kufika kule pia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo kama wanasongeza watu, waangalie hatua gani wanawapeleka, iwe hiyo ni mbali, isije kuwa tena miaka inayokuja, manake tunaona levels za maji zinazidi kuongezeka katika bahari zetu, katika mito zetu. Waangalie sehemu ambayo wakiwapeleka wananchi ni sehemu ambayo tena hawawezi kuja kuwatatiza tena, Mheshimiwa Spika. Otherwise mimi na support na nasema hii petition ni nzuri na inatupa mianya ya kuweza kujua sehemu gani mwananchi anafaa kukaa na sehemu gani hafai kukaa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante sana.
Janet Sitiane. Give to Janet mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice. This is a very important petition, Honorable Speaker. Apart from actually cleaning Nairobi River from pollution, I think this should be actually expanded even to the other rivers, because what has happened, there has been a lot of destruction because of lack of protection of our rivers, and therefore they are drying up, we are losing water, and that is why even we are getting desertification. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very important petition that I think if we did that to our country, then we'll have back our rivers getting water, because people are even planting trees up to the river, and mainly eucalyptus trees, which actually draws about 200 liters per day. And that is why you find most of our rivers have actually dried. We only have river beds. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very important petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the petition is possibly merited, and it's important that it's looked into. But we must always remind ourselves that this country has very good laws, especially on environment, right from the National Environment Management Act and the regulations thereunder. And the biggest problem we have had is the goodwill to enforce laws on environment. It is the high time we actually took up this responsibility with the gusto, so that all matters relating to environment are treated with the importance which they deserve. We must go back to the old days when the late Honorable John Michuki, he had just been appointed Minister for Environment, and he actually assured the country that he would clean up Nairobi River and the late Honorable Mutula Kilonzo Sr. would swim in there. And we took it with a lot of zeal that we would be having a very clean river that traverses the city. And unfortunately, that did not happen, and it has not happened to date. And especially when you see the slime on that river, it's not even a river, it's a sludge. The net effect is that the people of Machakos and Makueni, and to the extent of going into the Indian Ocean, use this water in the other river, in Galana, as a result of which we even risk their health. It is vitally important that the country comes to terms in enforcing environmental law so that we are given clean environment as a constitutional right. I support.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the petitioners for this petition. It looks like Honorable Murugara has taken the words from my mouth. What I wanted to say, Honorable Speaker, is that we must realize that even as we talk about encroachment, most of the people who have constructed those areas were at one point authorized by either the local authorities or the city authority. And it's important that even as we talk about people leaving that place, people must also be responsible, because at one point somebody authorized, and the authorized knowing very well that that was a river, part of the river. So, Honorable Speaker, let also the committee not be blind to the fact that some people must be held accountable for their actions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We'll stop here on this. I want to encourage Bowen and your team that have signed this petition. I did so deliberately because we have a heavy backlog with the Public Petitions Committee. And I found this to be, you want to say something? Yes, Bowen.
I think you are directed to Environment and Forestry.
That is not your committee.
No, it is Kawaya's.
Where is Kawaya? I thought Environment went with water. No. Whichever committee I've assigned, that's the Environment Committee, Owen Bayer, inform them that I did so deliberately because of the heavy backlog of work with the Public Petitions Committee, with the understanding that this petition must be dealt with expeditiously so that it does not derail or undermine the process of cleaning up Nairobi River. If you may recall, there was a research by some NGO recently, about 2 years ago, that showed that Athi River, that meanders through Lower Eastern to the Indian Ocean, is poisoned all the way to the ocean because of Nairobi. And you should not compromise the cleaning up of the streams of Nairobi. London River, called Thames, was one time a sludge. Today you can swim in Thames, you can fish in Thames, and we can do the same. So inform Kawaya and his team that we will not give them the luxury of 60 days. They must finish and bring a report within the shortest time. And for avoidance of doubt, committees have got no authority to stop anything from going on. They only make recommendations that come to the House. And it's the House that makes the decision either way. Next order. Hold on, is Sunguya now in the House? He had a petition. The petition deferred. Next.
Order number 5,
What was
papers.
the point of order? Yes, Gesairo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm just raising on a concern. As the MP of Kitutu Masaba, I've been holding brief for Kitutu Chache South. I see him in the House. I just wanted clarification whether he has finished his term, the sentence, so that I can hand over the files.
Honorable Kibagendi, how did you find yourself in the House? You are a stranger, you must leave. Until after 14 days. They are not. Are they over? Then why did Gisairo raise the point of order? That's frivolous, to say the least. You are out of order. If 14 days are over, then he's legitimately in the House. Eh? I'm told 14 days ended yesterday. Ole Sunguya, you have a petition. If you are ready, present it. Apologize for coming late and present your petition.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity first to apologize for being late. I am coming from my constituency, a place called Olepolos.
That is not a reason, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to table a petition regarding the human-wildlife conflict, intervention and measures in Kajiado County. The Honorable Speaker, the undersigned on behalf of the resident of Kajiado West constituency draw the attention of the House to the following. One, that human-wildlife has escalated into humanitarian, economic, and environmental concern in the country with disproportionate impact to the communities residing in Kajiado County, particularly in wards adjacent to the National Park, wildlife conservancies, and established wildlife corridors. That despite these communities being the traditional custodian of the wildlife by virtue of living alongside wildlife habitats and migration corridors, they continue to bear disproportionate costs arising from the human-wildlife conflict, including loss of human life and injuries, destruction of crops, livestock, and homestead, infrastructure, ecological trauma, loss of livelihood. The Honorable Speaker, that according to the annual report of the Wildlife Service for the year 2022, more than 2,000 human-wildlife conflict incidents are recorded annually, affected counties, and that across the country, with the Kajiado County consistently ranking among the 3 most affected counties. And that between 2018 and 2022, at least 47 fatalities and more than 120 serious injuries were directly attributable to human-wildlife conflict incident within the county. That existing compensation mechanism for the victim of human-wildlife conflict remain ineffective, underfunded, arbitrary, and characterized by the prolonged delays, while the current compensation rate do not reflect true economic value of the losses suffered by affected communities. That inadequate compensation framework had undermined the public support for the wildlife conservation and have in some instances led to retaliatory killing of the wildlife, thereby threatening our conservation and the sustainability of the tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, that effect by affected residents and local leadership to have the concern addressed by the Kenya Wildlife Service have not yielded satisfactory result. That the matter raised in this petition are not pending before the law of the constitutional body as a legal institution. Therefore, your human petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petition Committee, engage the Kenya Wildlife Service and other relevant state agencies with a view to urgently addressing the escalating cases of human-wildlife conflict in Kajiado County. Recommend for the formulation of the comprehensive policy to provide for the following: a clear and reasonable timeline to the processing and payment of compensation, a claim arising from the human-wildlife conflict. Decentralization of the compensation assessment and approval processes to the county level in order to enhance efficiency and accessibility and ring-fence the human-wildlife conflict compensation fund, provide for predictable annual allocation, fair and equitable resources sharing mechanism to benefit communities hosting wildlife resources. Community-based conservation model and partnership with the local communities and ensure a meaningful community representation in wildlife governance and decision-making structure, and last, establishment of independent oversight and public reporting mechanism on human-wildlife conflict claim, compensation processes and mitigation outcome. Make any other recommendation it may deem appropriate to address the plight of the petitioner. I beg.
Thank you, Sunguya. Haika.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I want to appreciate Honorable Sunguya for this petition. Mr. Speaker, human-wildlife conflict has remained a menace in most of the regions that are closer to the national parks. Taita Taveta, we are closer to Tsavo East National Park and Tsavo West National Park. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. The cases of fertility are many because many people are being killed by, most especially the elephants. Places like Jipe, places like Mwaktau, places like Sagala, Lower Sagala and Bololo. This compensation is a problem, Mr. Speaker, because as much as our people are trying to coexist with the animals and the parks, the challenge remains the compensation. Mr. Speaker, like right now, it's a rainy season. Most people are going to the farms. But majority of our people are no longer farming because every time they struggle and farm, they don't get to harvest because animals break through the farms and they're the ones harvesting. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this petition. It is a problem and it needs to be handled with care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Martin Owino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That petition is timely and relevant, but I wonder how we will be implementing these policies. Mr. Speaker, my constituency borders Ruma National Park, and we may even attempt to describe or describe differently the human conflict with the wildlife, not only resulting to injuries, it's also destruction of crops and escalation of hunger because of that. And that has gone on for a long time. Delay of compensation, which is not even commensurate with the damages, is also there. So my question, as we even take on this, is we have a lot of documentation in our books, in our shelves, but the implementation, Mr. Speaker, is lacking. What can we do to implement what we are passing in this House, even through regulations and policies we are talking about? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support this petition. For those of us who come from around wildlife sanctuaries, what Honorable colleague has raised is really fact, and the government is not able to do what even this House has passed as the law of the land, particularly in the area of compensation. It is not sustainable. And when you look at the growing population in Kenya, most of the wildlife sanctuaries have been inundated by settlement. The wildlife corridors have been closed off most of the time. So this petition must go far in trying to investigate on how we are going to have a lasting solution. Because so long as the wildlife areas have been constrained, then that conflict will be inevitable. It will always be there. So this petition is timely, and I think we really need to do something as a country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oundo, then you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank Honorable Sunkuya for this petition, because the issue of human-wildlife conflict always erupts any time and has been with us for many, many times and many occasions. Honorable Speaker, we are aware that many times it arises out of encroachment by humans towards wildlife sanctuaries. And secondly, the issue comes in because the government or the executive of this National Assembly does not appropriate adequate funds for purpose of compensation. So that should be an area of focus, and we must be ingenious on how we'll raise funds for purpose of compensation. Because you can never tell who will be hurt, who will be injured, who will lose life. So to budget precisely becomes a very, very big challenge. We had the occasion to sit down with the PS and mention something about insurance fund for such kind of a thing. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we also suffer from human life conflict. The issue of hippos from Lake Victoria. Hardly every 3 or so months, we must bury somebody who has died or has drowned as a result of their canoes or boats being destroyed by hippos. Hippos cross over from the lake and destroy foodstuff and food crops. We need to deal with this matter one way or another. We leave it to the experts to advise us on how to proceed. I support the petition.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to support that petition. And actually, the main issue I wanted to support and report to you and the House is the issue of hippos, Honorable Speaker, along River Nzoia. I want to be very particular, Honorable Speaker. Last week on Wednesday, one of my residents at a place called Chimo was accosted by a female hippo. And Honorable Speaker, a female hippo is always very, very dangerous, especially when...
hippos in Navajo.
Honorable Speaker, there are very many hippos along River Nzoia inside the water, and they normally stay outside, Honorable Speaker. It's really a big challenge. So when we are talking about, Honorable Speaker, the issue of human-wildlife conflict, let's not look at the land wildlife. Let's also look at the river lake wildlife, such as hippos, Honorable Speaker. So let that petition also encompass the effect of hippos, especially along River Nzoia, which are destroying both crops and human beings along the river, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Taitumu. Honorable Taitumu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Human-wildlife conflict in Egembe North is rampant. Mr. Speaker, during the rainy season when farmers are planted and during the dry season, these animals stray away from Meru National Park, damaging crops that are grown by the people. To make the matter worse, even when they complain to the rangers and the people in charge, they reluctantly end to the core. And when they do, they reluctantly drive those animals from the farms to the next village. And in the evening or maybe at night, they come once again. Mr. Speaker, there must be a mechanism to compare the department concerned to pay the farmers whose their crops are damaged. But if you look at it, last year I raised a statement. And up to now, the people who lost their crops and those who are also injured have never been compensated. So I think there must be a mechanism to compel the department to pay the farmers for the crops damaged. And this is the high time we should support this petition to make sure it is well acted upon. Thank you.
Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the petition. Honorable Speaker, I happen to be in a constituency where we have we boundary with wildlife in two areas. And those boundaries are always affected, Honorable Speaker, because animals cross over to feed on the farms of the people. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to compensation, there is a problem. There is the estimate given by the agricultural experts, so agricultural advisors, and there is what is captured by the Kenya Wildlife Service personnel. Honorable Speaker, there is always discrepancy between the two. On the other hand, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to paying the people, always we have a few people paid, and there is no clear declaration of the numbers of who should expect. People keep on expecting, Honorable Speaker. And we are wondering why can't the department in the Ministry of Wildlife Services have proper and credible data that they can use to basically pay the people. On the other hand, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to management of this particular exercise, sometimes they recruit people, some other times they ask us even for names for people to be recruited to assist in capturing the data. Sometimes the data captured does not tally with what the reality, and then we have a problem. So, Honorable Speaker, I think there is need for the State Department in the ministry to be very careful how they are handling this particular issue, because it's raising a lot more tension and a lot more anxiety than it is supposed to be solving the problem. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for KO. Is it North?
Thank you. Yeah, KO North, Mr. Speaker.
KO North, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the petition. And Honorable Speaker, I think the issue of human-wildlife conflict has become a national concern. If you listen keenly to all the areas that have national, what do you call, the game reserves or national parks, there are complaints all over, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have a game reserve called Rimoi. And each and every time, farmers are struggling because elephants are coming out, destroying crops, human beings are losing their lives, and concerns have been raised. But I think KWS, it's either they lack the financial capacity or other mechanism, because each and every time when we raise concerns, it takes long, Mr. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, losing a life caused by an elephant or a wild animal is very painful. It has even reached a point where people are asking, is it important to have an animal around, or we just stay as a community peacefully without having those facilities around? So it's high time that we come together, and I want to ask the relevant departments to take the concerns of Kenyans more seriously, because it is paining. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Mukunji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to say this petition on human-wildlife conflict, Honorable Speaker, and I want to urge this House to try as much as possible and enhance the budget for KWS. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to even the data to know who to compensate and getting the information right, Honorable Speaker, it is quite difficult. And I would agree with Sunkuya on the asks in the petition that there is a need to put quicker ways for compensation, ensure that we get clear way of identifying, including, Honorable Speaker, using the emerging technology, such as drones, to identify areas of risk. Honorable Speaker, in Embu, in Bere South, there is a serious crisis of women and young children being eaten by crocodiles from the river Tana, Honorable Speaker, a river that is serving Kenya with electricity. And I believe, Honorable Speaker, we need even to bring together the private sector, especially companies that benefit in some areas through either getting the natural resources and all that, Honorable Speaker. But this House must enhance the budget for KWS on matters to do with ensuring that they are well equipped, but also, Honorable Speaker, on making sure that compensation, it is a right for every person that has lost their livelihood, their lives, or even being maimed, Honorable Speaker, from wildlife. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to stop here. Those I give, take 1 minute each. Asinyen, Turkana member, 1 minute each. Give Asinyen the... Give Cecilia the mic.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this little chance to support this petition of human and wildlife conflict. Honorable Speaker, in the county where I come from, this conflict is on another level. Lake Turkana has burst its banks. Schools are floating in the lake, so the crocodiles are taking away pupils from classes. It is so painful, Honorable Speaker, on the side of Turkana. We only have one game park in Turkana South, and the rest of Turkana has got no game parks. Recently, in Lake Turkana again, that side of Lexon Ward, there was an incident of a leopard attacking a young boy. Honorable Speaker, we tried to supply even the concerned authorities with photos, but up to now, no action has been taken. The conflict between wildlife and humans should be looked into by the concerned ministry, Honorable Speaker. In Turkana, we need several game parks, not just one in Turkana South. There are wildlife roaming around, fighting people, destroying property, and people are losing lives, and nothing is being done.
Yes, Kombe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Pia nami niunge mkono petition hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha sana ikiwa juzi tarehe 11 tulizika mwanafunzi wa grade ya 7 akiwa ameliwa sehemu na simba. Mheshimiwa Spika, ingekuwa vyema kama idara hii ya wanyama pori ingeweza kuwekewa fedha za kutosha ili kuona kwamba wanaweza kufidia wale ambao wanapoteza wapendwa wao, na si huyo kijana mmoja tu. Mwaka jana tulipoteza watoto 3 kule Chakama ambao walikuwa wameliwa na mamba. Mheshimiwa Spika,
nilisema dakika moja, Mheshimiwa Kombe.
Ni sawa, ninamaliza. Mheshimiwa Spika,
Mupe amalize.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ni masikitiko makuu sana, manake hata wanapodai fidia pia huchukua muda mrefu na pia hawalipi kwa wakati unaofaa. Nyoka pia nao wamekuwa kero, na Mheshimiwa Spika, idara hii ya wanyama ichukulie na itilie manani hao wanyama wao, ama sivyo hasa hawa simba. Juzi walionekana 2 tena magarini baada ya kula yule mtoto. Walionekana 2 wakubwa na mtoto wao. Wasipochukuliwa hatua ya kuwarudisha kule wanakokaa, basi hatuna budi na sisi nasi kujilinda. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Rueda, 1 minute each.
Asante. Bwana Spika, nami nichangie kwenye hili ombi, ni muhimu sana, na pia hapa tulipitisha sheria ya wanyama wa bahari, lakini kule mashinani haijaanza kufanya kazi. Sheria tulipitisha, lakini hawa watu wa KWS bado hawajaanza kulipa, watu wanaathiriwa na wanyama wa bahari. Pia Bwana Spika, hapa mpaka tutafute mbinu mzuri, manake leo nimeenda kwa komiti ya petition, kulikuwa na petition 4 ambazo ni ziko kwa KWS, lakini na hizi nyingine zinaenda. Sidhani kama hii komiti ya petition itaweza. Hii itabidi upange mpango Spika, hata kama ni kuja kwa wildlife tuwasaidie, manake petition ni nyingi kwa komiti. Leo asubuhi tumefanya petition 4 hizi za KWS. Asante.
Today, Millie, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking because it's a big issue in our constituencies. Yes. In Suba North, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem of hippo attacks and crocodile attacks. Mr. Speaker, there's a young man who was sponsored by CDF, and he finished his Form 4. He went to fish with the father, and both of them were killed in Kaskunga area. But that is just one case. This is a very serious issue where I come from, and Mr. Speaker, the issue of compensation always delays, and we want to urge that this be hastened. Honorable Karoli has also told me to also raise the issue which concerns both my constituency and his, which is the Ruma National Park, which affects both Lambwe and his constituency, where the wild animals and the monkeys destroy crop, and people are not able to earn their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Mwafrika, are there wild animals in Nairobi? Yes, Mwafrika.
Mr. Speaker, it has been said several times.
Yes.
That prevention is better than cure.
Yes.
That's why we have the Ministry of Tourism, to make sure that we don't have that conflict between animals and human beings. The other aspect, Mr. Speaker, is the aspect of compensation. The ministry should come up with a very clear way of compensating those who are affected, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, member for, is it Garissa? Banissa. Yes, the new member for Banissa. Have you made your maiden speech yet? Go ahead. You have a minute. Give him the mic. You have it now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice into the debate on the petition of animal, wildlife, human conflict. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, this issue is an age-old issue. Where I come from in Banissa, there has been cases and incidents of snake bites, and a lot of people have, lost their life and limbs because of snake bites, and there's no proper mechanism for compensation. And our game wardens in that area have taken the roles of security. They are not enforcing, this issue of animal-human conflicts.
Honorable members, the last time I checked the law, I think this house, your house here, changed the law and removed snakes from compensation. So don't raise issues about compensation from snake bites. You removed the snakes from the list of animals where humans are compensated from their attacks. Ngelechei?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also wish to add my voice on this.
You are the ones who did
Mr. Speaker, I think it is about time also we consider maybe adding resources to KWS if that is their challenge, because we have rarely seen anywhere where KWS has compensated anyone. And the destruction by wildlife is so massive in this country, it cannot be quantified enough. Like, for example, where I come in Elgeyo Marakwet County, there is a place whereby elephants wake up in the night called Endo Ward. By morning, they have uprooted all the mango trees that human beings have planted for several years. There is also another place called Emsa Ward. Recently, it attacked the farms and all the vegetables, watermelons and plants by human beings have been eaten. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to find a solution. Instead of complaining about KWS, we need to do something in this house. We add them the resources.
Betsimba, are there wildlife in Kisauni?
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Sina ndovu kwa Kisauni, lakini niko na tumbiri wengi sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi nimesimama kuunga mkono ripoti hiyo. Kweli fujo ama vita baina ya wanyama pori na binadamu vimezidi na fidia zinachelewa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba bunge hili, fidia inachelewa kwa sababu fedha tunazozipatia ile wildlife ni kidogo. Tuongeze pesa ya kutosha ili kusudi wale waweze kulipa. Na tuwe na mpangilio wa kwamba ikiwa binadamu wasikaribie mahali wanyamapori wako, na wale walioko kwa wanyamapori kuchimbwe mitaro ili kusudi wasiweze kuvuka kwa binadamu, tuzuie mzozo huu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa.
Thank you. We'll end there. Jen Kihara, I want to stop here. Being a senior and your hand has been up for so long. 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
I'm sure
Speaker.
you are talking about hippos.
In Naivasha, we suffer from two fronts. There are rhinos from the lake and buffaloes from Hell's Gate.
Rhinos from the lake?
No, not rhino. What do you call them? These hippos. Sorry, the hippos. The hippos are killing people every now and again, and then buffaloes. And when you call wildlife officers, the wardens, the reason they tell you is that there is no feed in the forest. That's why they are coming to where people are. So the destruction of properties, food, and even children going to school, we have to wait until later so that the children go to school. So it's very serious in Naivasha. The hippos and the buffalo.
We'll end here on that. Committee on Public Petitions. Kareke. Kareke, what is it? I wanted to stop there. You'll be the last. Do you have the mic?
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make a comment as I support the petition and indicated that indeed the use of human wildlife conflict is a matter of national concern.
The ministry oversight as a chair of tourism,
correct,
is responsible for these compensations, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Give us an assurance.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that listening to my colleagues, honorable members, the issues of human wildlife conflict is a matter of national concern. Mr. Speaker, the committee currently is seized with more than 7 statements, which we are yet to bring before this House. And Mr. Speaker, my humble request is that we have scheduled a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary next week on Thursday, 23rd. I would like to invite honorable members who have issues like the way they have been articulated in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying this, that next week on Thursday, we will be having a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, the Director General of KWS, and the PS, and other stakeholders, and I would like to invite the honorable members to come and attend the meeting so that all the issues which have been articulated in this House, they can be addressed by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, as we sit here, the pending compensation, it is more than 6 billion. Mr. Speaker, the amount of money which this honorable House has allocated this financial year is less than 2 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's just unfortunate that even listening to the members supporting this petition, when a committee will recommend enhanced resources so that we can be able to accomplish the issues of human wildlife conflict, unfortunately we lose it. We have appeared before the Budget Committee even supplementary. One of our requests was enhancement of resources so that we can be able to compensate the cases which have been certified, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, it becomes unsuccessful. So, Mr. Speaker, on the same way which the honorable members are supporting this petition and raising the issues of human rights conflict, I would humbly request the Budget Committee, when I appear before the member for the budget 26-27, they equally be able to support the committee so that we can be able to have enhanced resources. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
there's the issue of mitigation and there's the issue of compensation. And without resources, Mr. Speaker, KNWS cannot do far. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Petition committed to Committee on Public Petitions. Is the chair here, Karemba? Any member of the committee? Yes, Janet, you are the vice chair, yes. Expeditiously deal with not only this Sunguya petition, but those pending on the same issues, and bring back a report.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge Greenvale School from Keses, Uasin County, in the Speaker's Gallery. On my behalf, in the public gallery. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 14th April 2026. Biannual report of the Commission and Administrative Justice for the period January to June 2025, and B, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement of Counselors and Psychologists Board for the year ended 30th June 2024 and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein. C, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein in respect of 1, Anti-Counterfeit Authority, 2, Credit Guarantee Scheme, the National Treasury, 3, Dr. Daniel Wako Murende Technical and Vocational College, 4, Forum for the Registration of Democracy Kenya, Ford Kenya, 5, Gatundu South Technical and Vocational College, 6, Githunguri Technical and Vocational College, 7, Grand Dream Development Party, 8, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, 9, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology Industrial Business Park, 10, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technical Industrial Enterprises Limited, 11, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology Noodles Limited, 12, Kaimosi Friends National Polytechnic, 13, Kapchepkor Technical and Training Institute, 14, Kenya Cultural Center, 15, Kenya Development Corporation, 16, Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, 17, Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, 18, Kenya Meat Commission, 19, Kenya National Library Service, 20, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, 21, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, 22, Kenya National Innovation Agency, 23, Kenya National Trading Corporation Limited, 24, Keroka Technical Training Institute, 25, Kipchoba Tea Factory Limited, 26, Koitalel Samoei University College, 27, Konza Technopolis Development Authority, 28, Movement for Democracy and Growth Party, 29, Mukeo Vocational Training Center, 30, Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, 31, National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme, 22, 32, National Environment Trust Fund. 33, National Environment Complaints Committee. 34, National Heroes Council. 35, National Police Service Commission. 36, National Research Crime Center. 37, New Kenya Cooperative Creameries Limited. 38, New Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, PLC. 39, Olesos National Polytechnic. 40, People's Democratic Party, PDP. 41, Power Distribution Last Mile Connectivity Project, EFD, credit number 1106 01F/CKE 1106 02G, and 1EB, credit number F1 85348, Kenya Power and Lightning Company PLC. 42, President's Award Kenya. 43, Rural Electrification Scheme, Kenya Power and Lightning Company, PLC. 44, State Department for Environment and Climate Change. 45, State Department for ICT and Digital Economy. 46, State House. 47, Tana River Technical and Training College. 48, Taveta Technical and Vocational College. And 49, United Progressive Alliance, UPA. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Joseph Gitari, member for Kirinyaga Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker. I have a request for a statement regarding unlawful detention of a Kenyan in Saudi Arabia. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations regarding the alleged unlawful detention of Mr. Charles Modi Mago in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Charles Modi Mago, who hails from Kirinyaga County, has been working in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a driver for the past 10 years. During this period, he maintained regular communication with his family in Kenya until August 2025, when communication with him abruptly ceased. Upon making inquiries through his friend in Saudi Arabia, the family was informed that Mr. Mago had allegedly been arrested alongside other individuals on suspicion of being in possession of illegal drugs. It is reported that one of the suspects, who was arrested alongside him, was arraigned in court, charged, and subsequently sentenced. Alarmingly, Mr. Mago, who pleaded not guilty to the charges, remained in detention with no information provided to his family regarding the status of the case. The prolonged detention of Mr. Mago has caused immense distress to his family and raised concerns regarding the welfare and protection of Kenyan citizens working abroad. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1, the circumstances surrounding the arrest and continued detention of Mr. Charles Modi Mago in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the measures being taken by the government to establish the status of his case and ensure that he is accorded due process of law. Number 2, assistance extended by the government to Mr. Mago to ensure due process is accorded, and lastly, the long-term measure being taken to safeguard the welfare and the rights of Kenyan citizens working in the foreign countries. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chair, Defense and Foreign. Any member? Wangari, you're a member?
Yes, I'm a member,
2
Mr.
weeks?
Speaker. 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Titus Lote.
Titus Lotte, member for Kacheliba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding delay in promotion of teachers in Kacheliba constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 44, 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding delay promotion of teachers in Kacheliba constituency. Honorable Speaker, in 2017, the Teacher Service Commission adopted the Career Progression Guidelines to provide for a structured framework for the promotion of teachers based on standardization criteria, including academic qualifications, experience, appraisal, and availability of vacancies. The guidelines were intended to streamline promotion and ensure fairness, transparency, and consistency in career growth within the teacher service. However, teachers in Kacheliba constituency have raised serious concerns regarding promotion stagnation, with many principal, head teachers, and their deputies having served in acting capacities for more than 6 years without substantive appointment. Further, these teachers have been reportedly not been remunerated through any acting allowance. This situation has resulted in diminished morale, frustrations, and undermine the objective of career progression guidelines. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Education on the following. Number one, a report on the number of teachers promoted in Kacheliba constituency since 2017, including principals, head teachers, and deputy head teachers, and the reason for the delay in promotion of eligible teachers for over 6 years. Number two, a report on the implementation of the status of career progression guideline, particularly on the promotion of teachers serving in acting capacity for prolonged period in Kacheliba constituency. And finally, the measures that the Teacher Service Commission has put in place to remedy career stagnation among teachers, including remuneration of acting allowance and strategies to enhance motivation of teachers. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Education. Any member from that committee? Or when you tell them 2 weeks? Ahmed Maalim, member for Banisa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the road infrastructure in Banisa constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the deteriorating state of road infrastructure in Banisa constituency. Honorable Speaker, road infrastructure within Banisa constituency is in dilapidated condition, which has occasioned loss of life, high transport costs due to wear and tear of vehicles, and destruction of property arising from frequent accidents. The roads are characterized by inadequate drainage system and structurally compromised formations, rendering them hazardous, particularly during periods of heavy rainfall. Honorable Speaker, for instance, on the 24th of March, an area resident, Mr. Edin Hassan Amina, lost his life after his vehicle was swept away by flash flood along the Banisa Moyale Road. This incident underscores the persistent neglect of critical road infrastructure in the area. Honorable Speaker, having only recently emerged from the prolonged drought, residents are now grappling with the adverse effect of torrential rains, which have been exacerbated by inadequacy of the existing infrastructure. It is noteworthy that Banisa constituency has lacked direct parliamentary representation for a considerable period, resulting in sustained failure to address essential infrastructure projects and the deterioration of the already deplorable road infrastructure. This situation calls for urgent attention to restore the road to better condition. Honorable Speaker, It is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. One, the measures being taken by the government to rehabilitate and upgrade the road infrastructure in Banisa constituency, and the immediate steps being taken to ensure accessibility of essential service within the area during the rainy season, and the expected timeline of completion. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
When can you bring a response? 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this moment and this time to, one, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for condoling with me, calling me on the phone when I lost my mother, and also coming over to mourn and attend the funeral and bury my mother. I also want to take this opportunity to thank every member, including my leader here, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, for taking time actually to come during the funeral. But more important, I want to thank every member that prayed for us, that condoled with us, that made available financial support and moral support during that difficult time for my family. Honorable Speaker, I want to end there and say thank you, thank you, thank you very much, everyone. Asante sana. Speaker.
Yes, Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, on 1st of April, I requested a statement on the floor to the Committee on Internal Security on the death of baby Faiz Leslie Faraji, who died last month in Gilgil Hills Academy. Mr. Speaker, you directed that that statement be brought last week. It is now another week, and we still haven't heard from the committee. And this matter, Mr. Speaker, is a matter of national concern. I would like that we hear from the committee on how far this statement has gone and when we should expect it on the floor.
Tongoyo, are you ready?
Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, we are not.
When can you?
We have been in constant talk, even including with a member, and I've just called the person from the OP, and they had written actually a statement that it is underway. I will ask you, Speaker, maybe give us to Thursday. Hopefully, we'll be able to.
Thursday afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Next order. Yes, Gisairo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you'll recall that some time back, I did rise on a point of order in regard to the deductions on carer monies, the 22% and the 10%, where a total of 13 million had been deducted from every constituency. And you had guided that a response was to be brought within a week or so. Honorable Speaker.
Who was to bring that response? Was it majority leader or chair?
Majority leader.
It was majority leader?
Yeah.
Majority leader, do you have a response on that?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I was hoping Honorable GK would be here because...
Who?
Honorable GK, the chair of the Transport Committee.
He's shaking hands with Murugara.
He's very busy with Honorable Murugara and the Honorable Member for Buri. The CS wrote to me and indicated that it's a matter that he had already interacted with the committee on.
Yes.
And probably we could give the Honorable GK an opportunity. I'm certain he did not hear what the issue was about. It's about RMLF, the reduction of 13 million shillings, because I am aware the CS was to interact with the committee on that matter and to give a detailed response to that issue. And he had written to me indicating
GK,
that he was engaging with the committee.
Can you bring a comprehensive response to that tomorrow afternoon?
Fortunately, Honorable Speaker, I do know how to multitask, so I heard you, Honorable Ichung'wah, well and clear. So, Honorable Speaker, we will avail a good response in the course of the week by Thursday. So Thursday afternoon, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gisairo, Thursday? Yes. Next order. Yes, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were seeking your indulgence with Honorable Martin, if we could just talk a little about or eulogize the father of Honorable Dr. Nyikal, who passed on 2 days ago.
Martin Owino had seen me about it, but throughout the proceedings, he has showed no indication of wanting to say anything about it.
Mr. Speaker, it's just that Honorable Martin Owino is the elder of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and he's not been overtaken sometimes by the enemy, the devil, like me. I'm also the wife of an elder, but once in a while the devil steals me and I say my strange things. Him is more humble than me. So I'm actually tearing him. But we just wanted to say a little on...
Go ahead.
Yes, maybe if, with your kind permission,
Martin.
if you can start, then I follow.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time I rise to inform the House that we have lost the father of our brother, Dr. Nyikal, Wambura Nyikal. Mzee Eliud Nyikal Okaka passed on last Saturday when we had just gone to see him. After a few hours, he passed on. Mr. Speaker, life and legacy of Mzee Eliud Nyikal is laced with integrity, with values, discipline, and hard work. Mzee Eliud walked the chapter 6 even before we had the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, that is evidence in his son, who is a fellow alumni of Onjiko, like me, we call it the Onjiko. Others also have the here. But Dr. Nyikal is a renowned pediatrician. He's a career civil servant. Dr. Nyikal has been in this House, this is his third term, and is the current chair of the Health Committee. The burial of Mzee Eliud will take place in Seme on May 2nd. And Honorable Speaker, I want also to announce the members that the family has asked me to represent them, especially on behalf of the Parliament, in your responses, your interest, your logistics, which we have also discussed with the Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of myself, the people of Ndewa, I want to offer heartfelt condolences to the family. He's not only a father of my friend, but he's also a relative when we connect with Ndewa. We gave him a lady. And all these years, we have never pressed any return button. He took care of her very well, and the lady is still living. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to urge the entire comrade in this House to pray for the family of Dr. Nyikal. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity too on my behalf and on behalf of the people of Suba North to bring my condolences to the family of Nyikal on the loss of their father. Mr. Speaker, it was only about, I think sometimes last week when I was talking to Dr. Nyikal about the father, and when he told me that the father was alive, I was saying, you know, you're really blessed to have a father. Some of us lost our fathers when we were young, but Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter how old, a father or a parent is usually very special in a person's life. We thank God for the many years that he gave Dr. Nyikal, and also for the children that he's been able to raise. And I want to agree that Dr. Nyikal is a person of integrity and serves this house with diligence. And even as he mourns his father, we wish to stand with him and say may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me join colleagues in really saying Paul to our colleague, Dr. Nyikal, for the loss of his father. Honorable Speaker, I really don't know Mr. Nyikal, but I've interacted with the son since 2013 when we joined this house. There is this common saying, Mr. Speaker, that a tree will always give good fruits. And if you see good fruits from a tree, you know the tree is good, Honorable Speaker. So I'm imagining that Mzee must have also been a very good Mzee. And when we talk about integrity, Honorable Speaker, I can really confirm that Dr. Nyikael falls into that class of people who believe in high integrity. And it's a big loss to the family, big loss to the people of that constituency where Dr. Nyikael comes. So on my own behalf of my family, and on behalf of the good people of Kitui Central, I want to send my deepest condolences to the family and wish my friend Dr. Nyikael all the best as we prepare to send his father to give him a befitting send-off. May the soul of Mzee rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Patrick.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker Eliza, the Vice Chairman of the Health Committee. My chairman is Dr. Nyikael. Theology is his father. I've had the advantage of working with Dr. Nyikael from last parliament to this parliament. I've had the opportunity of interacting with the old man, the father, and I can tell you, Dr. Nyikael is one man, even at his old age, who loved his father dearly. Dr. Nyikael has been there for his father almost every day. I've seen the struggle, I've seen the pain in him. Anytime he talked about the pain the father was going through, I talked to him the day the father passed on, and I've never heard a man his age so heartbroken again. So, Mr. Speaker, I just stand to eulogize the old man and congratulate him for lacing up quite a great man in this country. Dr. Nyikael is quite a great man in this country. Working under him as his vice chairman, I can attest to the fact that Dr. Nyikael is a great man. And we say a fruit does not fall far from the tree. So we are brief. The things we see in Dr. Nyikael were put in him by the father who brought him up. We had the whole house. We support Dr. Nyikael. He is a ranking member in this parliament. He's someone who has served this house so diligently. So let's support him. We have a group here contributing. Let's support him to give his father a decent send-off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We send our collective condolences to Dr. Nyikael. I'm told the burial is on 2nd, so we'll play our part. Next order.
Order number 8, the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026, second reading. Mover to reply.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank in a very special way the Committee for Trade and the Honorable Shinali and the Vice Chair Marianne and all the other 13 members of that committee for the immense work that they put in consideration of this bill. Two, allow me to thank all the members, because when we began debate on this bill last week, not a single member opposed this bill. And even those who had certain reservations expressed their reservations without opposing the bill, and therefore is a bill that had support across the board. And many of our members appreciate the need to amend the Special Economic Zones Act to be able to bring into the fold of the CESA Act the midstream and upstream oil production industry. Honorable Speaker, because there are also members from Turkana County who contributed to this bill, in support, just to buttress the point that was said by many people that indeed part of the hurdles that have bedeviled this industry of oil production in this country will be cured by the provisions that are here in this bill. And I know there are certain concerns on other sectors, some which I can see the committee did consider for those who bother to go through the report. And when we get to the Committee of the Whole House, we'll be relooking into some of the issues that members raised that could, in a big way, improve the workability of this particular piece of legislation. I thank all members, Honorable Speaker, and I pray that when we go to the Committee of the Whole, those who had proposed amendments can start working on them so that we may be able to consider them together in a committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to reply.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is the Special Economic Zones Amendment Bill,
National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2026 be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Special Economic Zones Act and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024.
Members, I wish to guide you at orders number 9 and 10. I've looked at the committee reports. At order number 9, the committee appears to agree with all the amendments from the Senate. At order number 10, the committee appears to reject each and every amendment from the Senate. At order number 11, the same two orders are going to committee of the whole House. So I would advise, unless there's somebody with a pressing issue on the two orders, we have a mover, seconder, question put. Second at 10, mover, seconder, question put. Then if you have any issues, deal with them at the committee stage. At order number 10, if you vote in the negative, then there will be no committee to go through. We'll straight away commit the bill to mediation, in which case I'll wait for your majority leadership in consultation with the minority to propose names to the mediation committee, which will forward to the other house, and they'll also nominate a similar number, and they can deal with the matter in mediation. So we'll proceed that way. Clerk, call out order number 9.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024 be now considered. Honorable Speaker, as you have ably guided, members will see on page 578, I believe, 578 of the order paper today, there are quite a number of amendments, all which the committee, the CII committee agrees with, that were passed in the Senate, and the committee has since considered them and agreed with all those amendments. Therefore, I just beg to move and urge the House to support the committee's recommendation in their report that we do agree with the amendments in the Senate, so for us to be able to go to the committee of the whole on that particular bill. I beg to move and request the chair of the CII committee, the Honorable KJ, member for Dagoretti, to second.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and I thank you, Honorable Leader of Majority, and that's the situation as is, that our committee did consider the amendments that were brought by Senate. And Honorable Speaker, this is the reason why the bills that have matters to do with counties are taken to the Senate, because the proposals that came from Senate that had to do with this bill all have to do with devolved functions. And when our committee had a look at the recommendations that were coming out of Senate, we were in agreement with all the amendments that we are making as concerns counties, Honorable Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand to second. I thank you.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Professor. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, that the Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024 be now considered. Put the question. I now put the question, honorable members, at order number 9, which is that the Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024 be now considered. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, again, as you indicated in your brief to the House, this Cooperatives Bill amendments, the committee is recommending to agree with about 40-something amendments done in the Senate and rejecting over 100 amendments. And therefore, the logical thing to do, Honorable Speaker, is to reject this so that we may go into mediation and be able to agree with the other House on many of the amendments that the committee has disagreed with, the over 100 amendments. It's only fair that we give the committee an opportunity to be able to interact with the other committee in the other House and agree. Therefore, beg to move, and I want to request the Honorable Shinali, the chair of the committee that considered these amendments, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, my Majority Leader. Speaker, as you have directed, and Majority Leader has alluded to it, the committee sat and went through clause by clause, Honorable Speaker, considering the constitutionality of the bills and what adds content to the bill, Honorable Speaker. Those ones which you could agree with, we agreed, and the rest, Honorable Speaker, some were creating offices on the county level, reflecting what is on the national level, Honorable Speaker, that would really cause confusion in the implementation of the bill. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Order those on their feet, take your seats. KJ, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now propose the question at order number 10, which is that the Senate amendments to the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024 be now considered. I put the question. I now put the question, honorable members, at order number 10, which is that the Senate amendments to the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024 be now considered. As members of that opinion say aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. The nays have it. Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, at the Committee of the Whole, you'll now only consider the Technopolis Bill. Will you now be upstanding?
Honorable members, this is the Committee of the Whole House for the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024.
Senate amendment to clause 7.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 7 be now approved. Any comments? May I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 7 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 8.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 8 be now approved. Yes, Honorable Member for Dagoretti.
Madam Speaker, I propose that we pass this clause as is appearing on the order paper. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 8 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 13.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 13 be now approved. May I put the, okay, yes, Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, our committee did agree with this amendment by Senate so that the transfers the power of appointing the CEO from Cabinet Secretary on board recommendation and to go directly to the board with the requirement that the process must be competitive, Madam Speaker, and that this amendment seeks to mitigate any arbitrary appointments by a CS. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that Senate amendment clause number 13 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 16.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 16 be now approved. Yes, Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, we do agree with Senate that it would be very important to impose a new statutory requirement for the Cabinet Secretary to be able to consult with the affected persons before establishing a technopolis. And these affected persons include the counties where these technopolises shall be going to, so that we have community consultation, so that we are able to analyze the impact. So we agree with this amendment, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 16 be now approved. Will as many as of the opinion of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 17.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 17 be now approved. Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, we would like to pass this as is appearing on the order paper.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 17 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 30.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 30 be now approved. Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, our committee did agree with this amendment because it introduces a timeline that will now require the authority to notify the applicants when such a decision is made regarding licenses, so that they have an avenue for arbitration if there is need for such, and there will be need to provide very specific timelines so that you're not kept waiting after a denial of a certificate for a time that is not stipulated. This is in order, Madam Speaker, so that it complies with the constitutional provisions on the fair administrative actions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 30 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 31.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Senate amendment to clause 31 be now approved. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 31 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 32.
Honorable members, I propose the question that Senate amendment to clause 32 be now approved. Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, I do see members have the green paper, and the import of this amendment is to introduce a new subclause number 5, which shall be requiring the authority to give reasons for the rejection of an application, and so that an application for renewal. There is also a new subclause 6, which will allow a licensee to submit new application for renewal after initial rejection. Madam Speaker, this is only fair. This is just providing justice, Madam Speaker, and this is in order so that we may be able to comply with the constitutional provisions, again, of fair administrative justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 32 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. That brings us to the end of the Committee of the Whole House. Mover.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also...
Honorable KJ Chairperson, just proceed as indicated.
Yes. Honorable Chairperson, I do beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendment to the Technopolis Bill, which is our National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, and their approval thereof without amendment.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, and their approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker,
Honorable Chairperson. Proceed, Honorable Chairperson, to report to the House.
I get it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senate amendment to the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, and approved the same without amendment.
Thank you. Mover.
Madam Speaker, I do wish to thank the very honorable members for taking time.
Stick to your, to first as indicated. I beg to move that the House.
Honorable Speaker.
You want to move agreement to the,
yes,
to the report, yes.
I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I would also request the Honorable County MP for Kirinyaga to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I move. Thank you.
I beg to second.
I beg to second. Thank
you. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Yes, is there someone who wants to say something? As long as they don't move. Okay, may I put the question? Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, motion. Consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026.
Chairperson, Public Debt and Prioritization. Honorable Mulu, who is? Honorable Makali Mulu. Honorable Murembo, sorry. I thought it was Honorable Makali.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimate for financial year 2025-2026 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 7th April 2026. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the members of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee for their diligence and commitment in considering the consolidated fund service expenditures and preparing this report for the consideration by the House. Honorable Speaker, consolidated fund services or CFS expenditure comprises of statutory expenditures charged directly on the consolidated fund as provided for under the Constitution and various acts of Parliament. This includes public debt service, pension payments, salaries, and allowances for holders of constitutional and independent of the fastest growing components of the government expenditures. Estimates, the key components are projected as follows. 1. Public debt service will rise from 1.9 trillion in the approved budget to Kenya shillings 2.34 trillion. Pension expenditure will remain at Kenya shillings 234.9 billion. Salaries, allowances, and related expenditures will increase by 431.34 million from Kenya shillings 4.67 billion to Kenya shillings 5.09 billion. Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, I would like to provide a minor clarification that sub-paragraph Roman 1 under paragraph 6 should read Kenya shillings 2.3 trillion as opposed to Kenya shillings 1.9 trillion. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered these supplementary estimates at an important stage in Kenya's fiscal management and reform journey. The proposed adjustment highlighted the continued significance of statutory expenditures, particularly public debt services. Within the national budget framework, they also underscore the importance of sustaining reform efforts aimed at preserving fiscal stability while ensuring that the government retains the capacity to finance essential public service and development priorities. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted the increase in consolidated fund services expenditures, largely driven by public debt service obligation. The projections show that debt service continues to account for the largest share of the statutory expenditure, with direct implications for the physical space available to support other national priorities. The committee, therefore, sees this as a timely opportunity to deepen ongoing efforts to improve debt planning, expenditure prioritization, and the overall management of the budget framework. Honorable Speaker, the committee further observed that the supplementary estimates reflect a wider physical deficit and a corresponding increase in the public debt stock. In the committee's view, this reinforces the importance of stronger physical discipline, improved debt planning, and closer alignment between borrowing decisions, debt operations, and the medium-term physical framework. While liability management operations remain an important instrument in easing immediate financial pressures, their effectiveness would be enhanced by a clear, transparent, and forward-looking policy framework that supports both short-term physical management and long-term debt sustainability. Honorable Speaker, the committee also noted a number of areas where continued reform would yield important gains, including the adequacy of budget provision for debt service, transparency in debt operations, the management of off-budget and off-balance sheet commitments, and the timeliness of pension disbursement. These are important aspects of public finance management and provide a useful basis for strengthening reporting, improving predictability in physical planning, and enhancing parliamentary oversight over obligations charged to the consolidated fund. Honorable Speaker, in undertaking this review, the committee benefited from submissions by the National Treasury, the Central Bank of Kenya, and the Office of Controller of Budget. The committee appreciates the cooperation extended by these institutions and acknowledges the value of information and clarifications they provided. The committee also recognizes the support of the Office of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Office of the Clerk of National Assembly in enabling it to discharge its mandate effectively. Honorable Speaker, this report contains findings and recommendations intended to strengthen debt oversight, improve transparency and accountability in public borrowing, enhance management of consolidated fund services, and safeguard physical space for priority government programs. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that the National Treasury and Economic Planning, 1, to expedite the development of the liability management policy and ensure that all liability management operations are undertaken in a manner that supports the physical consolidation plan. Expand physical space, support sectors that are critical for economic growth, contribute to a reduction in public debt service obligation over time, and adopt a more diversified financial mix that includes semi-concessional and concessional options alongside commercial borrowing. 2, enhance transparency and accountability by ensuring that all public debt, particularly domestic debt, is onboarded onto the Commonwealth Meridian Public Debt Management System within 60 days of the adoption of this report. 3, strengthen the acquisition, application, and oversight of domestic borrowing through the development of joint reporting standards in collaboration with the Controller of Budget and the Central Bank of Kenya for tracking and utilization of domestic debt. 4, enhance accountability and improve the efficiency and effectiveness of borrowed funds by issuing guidelines and directives within 20 days of the adoption of this report to all ministries, departments, and agencies, requiring them to prepare annual reports on the efficiency of loan utilization within 30 days after the close of each financial year, and thereafter submit the reports to the National Assembly for scrutiny. And 5, improve the timely disbursement of pension benefits to retired civil servants by clearing pension arrears older than 3 months within 1 month of the adoption of this report, ensuring that future pension benefits are disbursed within 3 months of becoming due, and developing a national government pension policy statement to guide pension disbursement, reporting, stakeholder consultation to be submitted to National Assembly within 60 days. Honorable Speaker, this recommendation arises from the committee's finding that domestic debt service has become the largest component of public debt service expenditure, thereby necessitating stronger oversight over this category of debt. They also arise from the need to improve the efficiency of debt utilization and to address delays in pension disbursement, notwithstanding the central role of pensions as a key social protection mechanism for retired public officers. Honorable Speaker, the committee remains confident that with sustained commitment to reform, adherence to fiscal responsibility principles set out in the Constitution, and strengthened public finance management, these expenditures can be managed more sustainably in a manner that presents physical space for other critical development expenditure. With those remarks, therefore, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Honorable Mokami to second.
Honorable Mokami, member for Nyeri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion for adoption of the report of the Public Debt Privatization Committee on the consideration of the consolidated FAT services under supplementary estimates number 1 for 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, at the outset, I commend the chairperson and the members of the committee for the thorough review undertaken on this important matter. The report speaks to issues that are central and fiscal sustainability, prudent debt management, and the efficient use of public resources. Honorable Speaker, the committee's review shows that consolidated FAT services remain in a major component of the government expenditure. Under the supplementary estimate, CFS, expenditure has increased from 2.14 trillion Kenya shillings in the approved budget of Kenya shillings 2.58 trillion. This increase confirms the growing weight of statutory obligations within the budget and the importance of continued reforms in debt management, cash planning, and expenditure prioritization. Honorable Speaker, the most significant component of this expenditure remains public debt service, which now accounts for 91% of total CFS expenditure. This clearly demonstrates the extent to which debt obligation continue to shape the fiscal space available for other public programs. The issue before the House, therefore, is not merely one expenditure adjustment, but also one of ensuring that the budget framework remains sustainable and responsive to the national priorities. Honorable Speaker, the committee also noted that supplementary estimates reflect a wider fiscal deficit, an increased reliance on domestic borrowing. This points to the need for continued improvement in fiscal discipline, stronger forecasting, better debt planning, and closer alignment between borrowing decisions and the medium-term fiscal framework. It is also encouraging that the report does not only identify the pressure emerging in the fiscal framework, but also proposes the constructive measures to support reform. Honorable Speaker, I particularly support the committee recommendation aimed at strengthening the policy framework for liability management operations, enhancing transparency in debt reporting, improving the tracking and efficiency of borrowed funds, and ensuring more timely pension disbursement to retired public officers. These are practical recommendations that will strengthen accountability while also supporting better outcomes in public finance management. Honorable Speaker, this report is therefore important because it supports a more transparent, disciplined, and sustainable approach to the management of statutory expenditures charged to consolidated fund. It also reinforces the oversight role of this House in ensuring that public borrowing and debt services obligations are managed in a manner that protects the broader public interest. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 7th April 2026. Members who want to contribute, please press the intervention button. Honorable Makale Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by appreciating the work of my former committee, where I used to be the vice chair, Honorable Speaker, and say that I've listened to the recommendations of the committee, and these recommendations are very good, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, I think really, as a House, we need to be more serious the way we treat issues of public debt, Honorable Speaker. This is a report where the House is being called to pass a resolution, Honorable Speaker. But even as we are addressing this matter, we have already passed the supplementary budget. So you ask yourself, Honorable Speaker, what value will this report be adding to our supplementary budget? Honorable Speaker, I want just to remind the House what we did last week, but one. We passed a budget deficit of 6.4% after looking at the proposed expenditures. The reason why we have public debt is because we are spending more than we are collecting. If you look at the Appropriations Act, Honorable Speaker, a total increase in terms of expenditure was about 364 billion. Increase in terms of revenue was about 29 billion. So that difference, Honorable Speaker, means we're actually borrowing almost about 330 billion. And that's why the reason why the deficit was going up. And for me, if we had done this report before the passing of the Appropriation Act, Honorable Speaker, maybe now the recommendation we are hearing from this committee would have made a lot of sense. So one of the things I'll be appealing, Honorable Speaker, to this House is to ensure that this report is always debated before we finalize budget making process, because it informs the process. In that case, then we'll be able to control and check, do a bit of checks and balances, and see what can we do to reduce this deficit. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, is the issue the committee is recommending, that we need to have proper planning, proper budgeting, and more so, very good way of managing our public debt. But Honorable Speaker, you realize if you go to the answer of this House, Honorable Speaker, many times we have actually given this recommendation. And I always ask myself, at what point do we implement these recommendations? Because it's like we just write them for the sake of writing. Them, and we don't follow up on the recommendations. I still want to insist, Honorable Speaker, our committee on implementation needs to do much more than they are doing, Honorable Speaker, because some of these keep on recurring, because our committee will give these proposals, but then follow-up becomes an issue. And I think the majority side should be able to help us, through the majority leader, on these issues, Honorable Speaker. Because yes, as the committee has put very right, Honorable Speaker, our total debt repayment has moved from about 1.9 trillion, that is principal plus interest, to about 2.4 trillion. If you look at the money we are collecting, Honorable Speaker, it's about 2.8 trillion. It means we have just about 400 billion to do the rest of what we expect to do as a country. So we have left our development budget purely to external financing. Where is the challenge? The challenge is now what the committee is proposing. They are saying most of our debt is shifting from external borrowing to domestic borrowing. And this is a matter which has been picked by the controller of budget. It's a matter which has been picked by Auditor General, that this matter, unless we address it, colleagues, is going to be a serious, serious matter. So we need really to sit down as a house and say, how do we get a good balance, a good mix, so that we have the domestic and external balancing well. My last point, Honorable Speaker, the issue of pensions. I really can't understand why somebody should serve Kenyans up to the age of 60, and once you're out of office, Honorable Speaker, you take a whole year or 2 years before you get your pension. Most of the people we represent in this house are dying because of lack of not getting their money in good time. They have no regular salary, they should be now lying on the pension, and they're not getting their salary. I think this issue of 3 months pension to be paid, Honorable Speaker, is an issue we should take a matter of urgency in this House and implement it. Otherwise, we will be giving pension to people who have never worked for the government. The Wazes will have died, and then the children start fighting for their pension, and you don't know what will happen. With that, with those recommendations, Honorable Speaker, I really want to urge this House to take this matter.
Let me allow Honorable Makali to finish.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. So I was just saying, Honorable Speaker, this matter of pension, really, colleagues, because we represent people, is a matter we really need to get into details and find out why can't Treasury pay salaries in 3 months after I retire? Because I remember by the time I'm retiring, people go for terminal leave. That time the documentation should be done by the department, so that by the time I exit from the office, Honorable Speaker, my papers are with the pensions department. And if you look at the figures, they're increasing from 4 billion to something. So the money is already budgeted for. This is a matter we must take very seriously. Now that I have an additional minute, Honorable Speaker, allow me to go back to the issue of domestic borrowing from external borrowing. Honorable Speaker, the control budget has picked a very interesting issue, where we are saying, out of the total interest we are paying this country for public debt, about 70% of that money goes for domestic borrowing. That percent goes for external, basically because external borrowing is cheaper and is long-term. Domestic borrowing is expensive, short-term. That's why you see we have to borrow every year to repay the loans, it's a rollover. And by doing that, Honorable Speaker, we make debt management very complicated. So it's a matter we must discuss, take this information very seriously, Honorable Speaker, and help this committee, because they are doing a very good job. But I think we are not really giving them the necessary support in terms of the timing of their reports. The report should come before we conclude their budgets. With those my remarks, Honorable Speaker, I submit and I support the report. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kisumu East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I note the report, and I think the committee has done well. The recommendations, of course, are ones that we need to look into. The Public Debt Office, Madam Speaker, in the last 3 terms of my 4 terms, it was never there. There was never really a public debt office within the system. If you went to Treasury on the 3rd floor or the 2nd floor, in the middle of somewhere, there was a public debt office. That public debt office never had any strength, never had any way and autonomy, and was being used. If there was an economist who wasn't liked in Treasury, he was pushed down to the public debt office. But now, as Parliament is looking at these things we have now a committee on public debt. The main problem of the public debt is that the public, like in the United Kingdom, the public debt office is the one that goes and secures loans. It finds the best combination of loans, and it goes out. Not our ministers, not our Treasury, not anybody else. Every year, the head of Treasury in the UK gives the authority to the Public Debt Office to have an autonomy. Here, we have not yet reached there. But in Parliament, we have now a Committee on Public Debt. Madam Speaker, we have been fighting with this issue of public debt, external debt, and domestic debt. Domestic debt, as my colleague has told us, is short-term and more expensive. 70% is the domestic debt. When you have domestic debt, the banks don't need to lend out to anybody. They lend out to the government, and they get very high interest rates. At one time, Madam Speaker, it went up to 75% at the time of Anglo-leasing and Goldenberg. So what is happening is all the liquid money that should be used to generate wealth within the country is taken over by the government. The businesses cannot access loans from the bank because the bank themselves are lending to the government. I think this is where we were looking at it. in the last term, and we had an agreement that no more than 50% of the debt should be public debt. And also we agreed that we would be able to sort of look at the public and private domestic debt and the external debt and be able to layer it to see what is the weighted average cost of the loan that the government was taking on private debt and on public domestic debt versus the external debt. And the external debt, which is more, the interest is lower, but the exchange fluctuations sometimes are higher. However, we had spoken about this, and I urged the committee to now start putting certain criteria and limitations as to how much domestic debt we can take and how much external debt. The domestic debt that we take is we're cutting our nose to spite our face. Madam, you want a loan, you want to do something in your farm, or you want to do something in industry, you can't do it because the government has taken all the money. And the banks are enjoying this very much. I was a banker. It was much easier for the bank to lend to government at 15% than to lend on hire purchase or financing, asset financing. So I really do feel that it is something that we need to work on, and I ask the committee to please come up with some sort of standards and regulations that can be shared with the Treasury. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Butula, Honorable Joseph Oyula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to also contribute to this debt issue. Madam Speaker, I support the adoption of this report, as I find it has brought out a lot of areas that the government needs to look into. Madam Speaker, domestic debt is the major cause of a huge budget. We are budgeting heavily on debt because of persistent borrowing domestically. And this is also denying the public from borrowing, as most of the cash is transferred to the government through short-term borrowing and 90 days borrowing and 108 days borrowing. Madam Speaker, the government needs to implement credible fiscal consolidation, strategy with a clear roadmap to reduce persistent fiscal deficits. This continued borrowing is increasing the deficit, and this must be looked into very critically. The government, Madam Speaker, must enhance domestic revenue. There is a lot of revenue in this country, but where the revenue is going, nobody knows. That revenue should come to the exchequer so that the government reduces borrowing domestically. Domestic borrowing is very dangerous to our economy. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we also need to look at the recurrent expenditure, which must be reduced, and the frequent increase during supplementary budget be avoided. Because as we increase the recurrent expenditure during the supplementary or the annual budget, we are automatically increasing domestic borrowing. In fact, we should go for more external borrowing than going into domestic borrowing. Domestic borrowing is very dangerous for our economy. Madam Speaker, government should lengthen maturity profile and reduce refinancing risk. the domestic borrowing now, we should now consider removing from the 90 days, because frequent borrowing after every 3 months is creating all these huge domestic interest. Because as we continue borrowing, nobody knows where that borrowed money is going. You cannot direct or pinpoint where the money borrowed domestically is going to finance. Unlike the external borrowing, which you may borrow for a specific project, but domestically, we are just using that money for recurrent expenditure, which should be avoided very much, Madam Speaker. GOK needs to further focus on restructuring the entire debt portfolio. The entire debt portfolio needs to be restructured and ensure that we do not allow expenditure to increase during this period. Madam Speaker, this borrowing internally or domestically is going to cause a lot of problems. And I support the report because the committee has come up clearly to show what the government needs to do for the short term. With those few remarks, I support the report.
The Honorable Patrick Twiga, member for Chuka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine will be very brief. From the onset, Madam Speaker, I wish to state that I support the report and recommend the committee, because most of the times we list problems and we pinpoint problems, but we don't suggest solutions. And this is a committee that is pinpointing problems and giving out possible solutions to the problem. From the onset, Madam Speaker, I was talking to a fellow member when we are seated here today, and we are talking about compensation for human wheel drive conflict. And I was telling my friend, I think we are a house that at times speaks to the gallery, which is not good, because this house members we see today, we don't want borrowing. Tomorrow we list petitions here, I want my rent, my questions, I want my rent. So it's a balance we need to strike and fund what we can afford. We need to have a national conversation and say this is what we can afford. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I think this committee needs to be well facilitated to go out and enlighten Kenyans, because if you go out and discuss borrowing, I want to give an example. If the president goes out today and the Kenyans here, he got a loan from IMF or World Bank, that the term is borrowing. And politicians will hype it all over that the country has borrowed. But if we borrow internally, it's silent. Nobody realizes the government is borrowing. So at times, political pressure might force you to borrow internally, not to be accused of borrowing externally because of political pressure. Because if you borrow outside, the pressure is too much. So Kenyans need to understand that borrowing externally is more stable and is more reliable than borrowing internally, because the government is taking all the money. Banks are just keeping quiet, waiting for the best borrower, which is government. Because do you give your money to individuals or government? You would prefer to give your money to government. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's something that this committee needs to be empowered to explain to people that when the government borrows externally, they are safer than when we borrow internally. When we borrow internally, we are taking over all the money that should be taken over by investors internally in the country. Secondly, Madam Speaker, and the very important issue is the issue of pensions. We say a country that does not take care of its older generation, it's a country that is seeking a curse. If members were to bring petitions here on people who have not received their pension, I'm sure this house will not deal with anything else apart from delayed pensions. So these are matters that need to be looked at, because most of the pensions that we end up paying, we don't pay to the people who worked. We pay to their siblings after they have died in Nairobi, in the streets, trying to follow up their pensions. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is a matter that this committee needs to take very seriously. Like one member said, I don't see, pension is money that is deducted from it's contributory. It's money you have contributed throughout your career.
How does it take a whole year, 2 years, for someone to follow their pension to be paid? So, Madam Speaker, because we need to respect the own generation and remembering that we will also retire one day and require our pensions, it's very important that people be paid their pension timely, and 3 months is quite a reasonable period to process pension payment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the report.
The Honorable Member for Funyula, Professor Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my colleagues in supporting the report by the Consolidated Fund Committee, the Committee on Public Debt and Privatization on Consolidated Fund Services under the Supplementary Estimate for the financial year 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, I want to reiterate what I said when we were debating the main supplementary. The supplementary budget in the context of Kenya is a sign of poor management. It's a sign of poor planning and exposes the way we handle our things in such a casual manner and in some kind of an urgency that is not necessary. Honorable Speaker, Consolidated Fund Services basically pays statutory, constitutional office holders, pensions, and of course, external debt, public debt. Honorable Speaker, let me start with the one that's the most depressing, the issue of payment of pensions to retirees. Honorable Speaker, the government knows when somebody is going to retire, and it knows much, much, much earlier. And all the time, the employee and the employer's component is deducted and indicated on the pay slip. Honorable Speaker, it's extremely unfair, it's unjustifiable, it's unjust for a retiree to spend almost 1 year, over 1 year, before they get they start receiving their pension. Many times when you engage the pension office, the standard reference, the standard answer is that there is this inadequate budget allocation for the same. Then that again gets back to us here, and I want to concur with my colleague there. This House, the National Assembly, is the owner of the purse. National Assembly is the one that appropriates. National Assembly is the one that passes the budget. This brings to question, does the National Assembly collectively, I included, understand they have got the final say? Or the National Assembly has abdicated and surrendered their mandate to other organs of the government or other state offices to an extent that they are unable to prioritize and know what to be paid first and what to be paid next or last. Honorable Speaker, we always get into trouble because we want to spend more than we can generate. We want to spend more than we can actually generate. And we want to do everything at a go because many times we are politicians. You go wherever you go, you are asked, we want this, we want this, we want this, we want this. And we want that as of now, not another day. Honorable Speaker, that means that every single time when we do the budget, we will always have a budget deficit. What are we left with? We are left with to borrow. Honorable Speaker, it is time we need to have that conversation and prioritize what we can do, what we can't afford, let's leave them out. Sometimes I wonder, the President of the Republic of Kenya goes all over making promises, which obviously they somehow they must find their way in the budget, and that keeps on ballooning the budget deficit, and we end up borrowing. Many of those promises are not an emergency. Many of those promises probably are not even a priority. Honorable Speaker, as a country, as leadership, we want to call upon everybody to know what is possible and what is not possible. Honorable Speaker, there is too much wastage in this country. Too much wastage in the form of recurrent expenditure. Too much wasted. In the budget, supplementary budget we have passed, you remember very well, and this the country needs to know, the office of the president and the office of the deputy president spent around almost about 11 billion. 11 billion. And at Article 2 to 3 that we had to come to regularize. Honorable Speaker, in a country that has got a huge budget deficit, spending that kind of money is surely being unfair to the people of Kenya and being unjust to the people who live in this country. We must, as a matter of fact, be able to live within our means. Honorable Speaker, this particular report would ideally...
Going to finish?
Would ideally should have come before we pass the supplementary budget. We would have cut our cloth according to our size, we would have fitted what can fit us. Honorable Speaker, coming after is just a report for the sake of it with nothing much we can do. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, all their reports normally have good recommendations. And some of these recommendations are becoming now repeated. They're being repeated every single time. The question is, that the National Treasury ever take any efforts to read these reports and implement the recommendations of the committee? It would seem none takes it, and we just go, it's just a ritual of no value to the people of Kenya. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you, honorable members. It seems like there's no more interest according to my list over here. So I think we shall put the question. Yeah, but the mover to reply first. We'll put the question later. Where is the mover? Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the honorable members for taking their time to contribute to the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on the Consolidated Fund Services under Supplementary Estimate Number 1 for financial year 2025-2026. The committee is grateful for the support of the House and the comments received. The committee remains committed to strengthening parliamentary oversight over public debt, statutory expenditures, and the broader fiscal framework. It is our expectation that the adoption and the implementation of the recommendations contained in this report will contribute to improved debt management, enhanced fiscal transparency and accountability, and better safeguarding of physical space for prioritizing national programs. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply.
Thank you, honorable members. The question shall be put at an appropriate time. Next order.
Shughuli ya 13 hoja, ukaguzi wa asasi zisizo huru kikamilifu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ushoroba wa kati katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, kuendelezwa kwa mjadala uliositishwa.
Honorable members, it seems that Honorable Rene Mayaka is not here, so we shall defer it to a later time. Okay, I'm informed that it was continuation of debate. Do we have the list of who was the last person who spoke and who had time? The honorable member, I think Mason, he was a member. He had a balance of time about 3 minutes. He's not here. Members who are interested in contributing to this debate, kindly press the intervention button. Yes, proceed, Honorable Owen.
If you allow me, Honorable Speaker, that we defer this for now so that this debate can pick up
another time and move on to the next, Honorable Speaker. I'm unable to actually read and understand what is written here. But despite my background...
That's very serious, and your background is you're from
despite my background, you know, I've been trying to look for the word ushoroba, what it means, and I have not, understood what ushoroba is. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence.
Okay. I think I agree it, especially because the mover is not here. Can we move to the next order?
Order number 14, motion, reports of Kenyan delegations to the 147th, 148th, 149th, and 150th assemblies of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings.
Member for Dagoretti South, is your motion.
Madam Speaker, I want to first thank you. I also want to thank this Parliament for having very strong delegations that we send to these very important international parliaments. I know that there are members from this House who are members of the Commonwealth Parliament. I know others who are members of other parliaments that are regional and others that are international. And there are also us who are members of the Interparliamentary Union. Madam Speaker, the Interparliamentary Union is a very important parliament. In fact, in every sense of the word, it is the parliament of parliaments. It is where decisions by parliaments are made and then implemented locally, and those that need to be escalated are also escalated to the requisite bodies, up to and including the United Nations. The Kenyan Parliament has been very active in the IPU, and I want to remember that some time back, almost a decade ago, Kenya actually hosted the IPU sessions here in Nairobi. And Madam Speaker, the IPU is an amazing parliament to be a member of, a part of, because rarely does IPU hold their sittings in the same city in successive sittings. And so any member who is keen to understand the geopolitics of this world, to understand the politics of our time, and to understand the politics of the nations, would be keen to be a member of this IPU. Madam Speaker, allow me to also thank and congratulate our Deputy Speaker, Madam Gladys Boss, who is normally our desk officer at IPU. As we would understand, IPU has been domiciled in Senate as the lead house. However, the National Assembly does also take leadership of IPU, and here in the National Assembly, our leader, our team leader, has been the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss, and we want to thank her. Madam Speaker, we also want to thank the Speaker of this House for the great support that he has been giving this Parliament and the members of this Parliament, even as we conduct this international duty. Madam Speaker, this afternoon I rise to move that this House adopts the reports of the 148th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings that were held in Geneva, Switzerland, and this was between 23rd and 27th of March 2024, that we also consider the report of the Kenya Parliament delegation to the 149th Assembly and the related meetings that were also held in Geneva, Switzerland, and also for us to consider the report of the Kenya Parliamentary delegation to the 150th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and the related meetings that were held between 5th to 9th of April 2025 in a very unique address. This was the IPU that was in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. And I want to agree that the members who are members of this delegation, up to and including the Right Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, Honorable Senator Catherine Muma, our leader of delegation, who was the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, myself, being the president of the committee to promote the respect for international humanitarian laws, as the delegation that went to Tashkent, we can report that not only were the deliberations very useful, but it was also a great opportunity for honorable members of this house to be able to be out there and appreciate this very unique location where this meeting was held. Madam Speaker, this parliament is an important one because it is a parliament that brings together parliamentarians so that they are able to study the international problems and make resolutions and recommendations. And these recommendations, Madam Speaker, are the ones that members take home to their home parliaments for consideration and for action. But the parliament also does present these recommendations for governmental action, Madam Speaker. And so this is a critically important parliament that the National Assembly of Kenya also happens to sit in. Madam Speaker, this parliament sits twice a year, and each time it is held in a different country, and this provides the participants to be able to have the opportunity to see the various national realities, Madam Speaker. As I have said, in these tours of duty, members are able to appreciate what is said by the French. I hear the French says that and Madam Speaker, that is in quote and quote, that person who never quite travels the world will always consider the mom to be the best cook in the world. However, if you get the opportunity for exposure, you find out that quite a number of other chefs in other homes might probably be cooking better, and there could be lessons to be learned from there. Madam Speaker, in this assembly, there are normally standing committees of the Interparliamentary Union. And there is a standing committee on peace and international security, where very serious international geopolitics come into play, Madam Speaker. There is also the standing committee on sustainable development, where members of parliaments from across the world are able to consider the issues that are rising that have to do with sustainable development and the consideration of the same. Madam Speaker, there is also a standing committee on democracy and human rights. And this becomes an important committee, especially where the world is right now with the geopolitics around the world, Madam Speaker. This committee has been extremely busy at the IPU. Madam Speaker, we also have a standing committee on United Nations affairs and matters, and that is how the discussions that are discussed at the IPU are normally elevated for consideration at the United Nations assemblies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a committee that is chaired, has previously been chaired by yours truly, the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti South constituency, who has been a two-term president of the Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law. And Madam Speaker, allow me at this point to just pause and thank the members from the different parliaments of the different nationalities who have given the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti South the opportunity to serve a term as the president of this committee and renew the term, Madam Speaker, so that I was able to serve 2 full terms as the president of the Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law at a time when this committee was considering very critical global issues that were coming up that have to do with the respect for international humanitarian law. Madam Speaker, we also have the Forum for Women Parliamentarians. And I dare say, Madam Speaker, you being on the seat, that the women of the Kenya National Assembly have been doing an amazing job at this international parliament, Madam Speaker, with the Honorable Millie Odhiambo being one of the presidents in one of the committees, and many other women from this parliament making very good contribution in this forum for women parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, there's a very critical committee, which is the working group on science and technology. And Madam Speaker, you can begin to see the import of this working group of science and technology, and especially at the time and place where the world is today, with matters like artificial intelligence coming into play. Madam Speaker, at a time when we are seeing and hearing the rumors of war around the world, and knowing the place that science and technology is going to play in the global wars if they were ever to arise at this point, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this committee becomes an important committee of the International Parliamentary Union, where discussions are held purely on the matters to do with science and technology. Madam Speaker, we have a committee that is a committee on human rights of parliamentarians, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this committee is very important. We have seen time and again members of parliament, individual members of parliament, petitioning the International Parliamentary Union when matters have gone south in their own countries, Madam Speaker. I dare say, Madam Speaker, that this Committee on Human Rights on Parliamentarians has had opportunity to consider matters affecting parliamentarians up to and including the president and the deputy president, the current president and deputy president of Senegal, Madam Speaker. When these two gentlemen were in such big problems in their country as opposition leaders, and their rights as parliamentarians being flouted left, right, and center, they were able to present this matter to the International Parliamentary Union, and the matters were canvassed conclusively. And I dare say that to some extent, the president who was elected in Senegal is a product of the IPU, having the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians as one of his lawyers or advocates when the matters were too thick in their country, Madam Speaker. And these are important committees where Kenyans have had opportunity to serve in those committees, and as I said, Madam Speaker, to even lead globally as presidents of these committees, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when these meetings are held, there are conversations that arise, and I would want to thank this House that even as I table these very heavy reports, that Kenya is a parliament that does consider the resolutions that come up from these deliberations, and even some of them do find their way in our matters that are presented here, or business that comes to this House, Madam Speaker. And in a very special way, I have to say that this House has been able to get motions, has been able to get legislative ideas, has been able to bring up bills from discussions that have come from these international parliaments, up to and including the deliberations that have come from the Interparliamentary Union. Madam Speaker, when we were in Geneva in in March of 2024, the parliament was able to consider so many matters, Madam Speaker, which I might not be able to put out all of them individually, but suffice it to say, Madam Speaker, that even in this deliberation, we are allowed to present an emergency issue, an issue that has not been brought up before the meeting of the parliament. And Madam Speaker, when we were meeting in Geneva in 2024, there were many matters that came up that were to be considered as emergency items for this session, and these included the raising of awareness of the International Court of Justice provisional measures for Israel in relation to Palestinians in Gaza and the need for urgent action on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. That did come up. There was also a matter that came up on the immediate release of hostages in Gaza that had been brought up by Israel. Malaysia and Indonesia wanted us to consider parliamentary diplomacy for peace in Palestine. The United Kingdom, Denmark, France, Hungary, Ireland, Portugal, Sweden, all were calling for urgent action regarding the conflict in the Middle East. Madam Speaker, the Republic of Venezuela, the Republic of Argentina, Guyana, Peru, and Uruguay presented an emergency motion on free, fair, and transparent elections without prohibitions towards an orderly and peaceful democratic transition in the Bolivian Republic. Madam Speaker, there was also a call for urgent action to end the aggression and massive violation of human rights in the Democratic Republic of Congo that had been brought by the Democratic Republic of Congo. And Madam Speaker, being a Kenyan parliament, we have to consider that some of these issues, when they come to the floor of the IPU, at times, Africa is not able to mobilize parliaments to bring up their matters for these emergency discussions. Like this matter at the Democratic Republic of Congo, in this session, owing to the voting that happened, was not considered as a matter, and so when the vote came, it was not voted as a matter that was to be discussed in this session, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, in Switzerland, a number of issues did come up, including the matters in Palestine, Madam Speaker. The conversation in Congo did come up. The conversation around the Middle East and the issues that are there was also a matter that was to be considered. And Madam Speaker, I dare say that in this parliament, there is also a place for young MPs. And Madam Speaker, in this session, the young MPs were pushing their campaign on I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament campaign. And Madam Speaker, this is an important matter that even as we're choosing our delegations from Kenya, we ought to ensure that we have some young parliamentarians who attend these IPU so that they get the opportunity not only to present the matters of youth at an international stage, but they also get the opportunity to serve in this very special parliament of young parliamentarians at an international and global level, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we went to Tashkent, Uzbekistan, there were glaring issues that needed to be, that were brought up, Madam Speaker, and this included the shared commitment that parliaments are placing on human dignity and the well-being at heart of the policy making, and underscored the fact that economies must serve humanity and stressed that democracy and development were deeply intertwined. Honorable Speaker, allow me at this juncture to celebrate members of this assembly. And why I celebrate them is because Kenya was very instrumental in electing the current president of the IPU, who is the Speaker of the National Assembly in Tanzania, none other than Dr. Tulia Ackson, and she is serving as a member, as a president of IPU by being elected to this position. But I dare say that Kenya was the wind beneath her wings. The parliamentarians from Kenya campaigned, canvassed, did what needed to be done, burnt the midnight oil to ensure that this seat ended up in East Africa. And Madam Speaker, we do pray that when Kenya requires some assistance from our neighbors, including Uganda and Tanzania, that they shall borrow a leaf from what Kenya has done at the IPU in supporting a neighboring country to be able to ascend to a very honorable place to become the president of the Interparliamentary Union. Madam Speaker, I've got reports that I shall table that I tabled here, Madam Speaker, for debate, and allow me at this point, Madam Speaker, to move that we debate this issue that has to do with the Interparliamentary Union. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. And
Who is your seconder?
allow me to call upon the Honorable Shakil, the member for Kisumu West, to second this motion.
It is member for Kisumu East. Second the motion.
For Kisumu East. And I second the motion, but I have comments, Madam. So when I sit down, please allow me to make my comments.
Honorable member for Kisumu East, you have been here long. As you second, make your comments. That is the right time.
I was asking for your approval. Madam Speaker, I've been a member of Parliament now for the 4th term. IPU seems to be reserved for, firstly, I want to thank my brother for a very, very passionate presentation of what IPU is. I think you've been there for yonks and yonks. And I think in the 3 terms you've been there. Madam Speaker, the biggest problem we have is they're the privileged few who go to IPU. I have been here for 4 terms, close to 20 years, and I've been to IPU once. Every time there seems to be a close cabal of people who, with the speaker, with the deputy speaker, seem to be able to...
Member for Kisumu East.
Yes.
I have also been here quite some time and I've not been to IPU. Do not make us aspersions on your colleagues. Honorable Owen, what is out of order?
With lots of respect to our elder member, I do not have a lot of respect for Shakil Shabir, but you know that trajectory you're taking is a dangerous trajectory. To really come to the floor of the House without evidence whatsoever to make such slur on honorable members of the administration and management of this House, I don't think you need to go. So, Honorable Speaker, kindly request the Honorable Shabir to withdraw.
I have already
guided
that
content.
I've already
That
guided
it should
honorable
not go
member
on record.
for Kisumu
Be
East.
guided by a young man like me also. Be guided. I know you've been here longer than
Do
all of
not
us.
cast
Be guided.
aspersions on your colleagues. Who are you informing, honorable member for Dagoretti? He wishes to be informed.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Shakil is very well in his place to raise the issue of attendance to international fora. I would like to inform the Honorable Member for Kisumu Town, Kisumu East, that the parliament that is IPU is an actual parliament with membership. And what happens is that at the beginning of the term, this House does designate a duty to certain members of parliament so that they are able to follow through on the conversation and the business that is happening at this assembly. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to use my case as an example. I had an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to serve in the AU Parliament. And when I was in the last Parliament, it was an invitation that I got to be a member of the IPU. It so happened that when I went to be a member of the IPU, the committee that I was serving at, I was elected to be a president of a bureau. And so it did require that being a president of a bureau, that I would attend successive meetings of the IPU to conduct national duty at the IPU. So, Madam Speaker, it is just a point of information, and I do know that the Honorable Shakil does understand full well where the responsibility for assigning of duty and assigning members to this parliament belongs. I thank you, and I know he shall continue to.
Honorable Shakil, please continue, secondly.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll withdraw the earlier comment. However, I will not withdraw the fact that they are the privileged few. If you take, I'm a member of the IPU and have been, and others have been, and Madam Speaker, you might be as well. It just does appear that there seems to be a certain preference for certain activities. And you know, sometimes I don't want to compare myself with my dear brother from Dagoretti. He's a very, very articulate person and holds our interest of the Kenyan interest very strongly in IPU. And I know that he is quite used to the intricacies of IPU. Okay. However, I have myself, Madam Speaker, written to the Speaker of this National Assembly asking what is the criteria for one to be invited to IPU, and I've been a member of the Commonwealth Parliament at the same time. And as the Deputy Majority Leader says, you know, one doesn't want to disparage the Parliament, but there are times, and this is an internal matter, Madam Speaker, there are times that one wonders what criteria and who are the privileged few.
What is out of order, member for Buri?
From the order paper, it's very clear we are discussing a report. I haven't seen anywhere where it is written we are discussing the selection of who to represent Kenya in the IPU. It is totally out of order. And he should not reply to the gallery or whoever he's talking to, but that is totally out of order, madam. Let's discuss the report. He's a senior member, and we should learn from him.
Honorable Indikiri, you definitely have no locustadite rule any member out of order, but I have heard you, and I think, Honorable Shakil, I would really beseech you to stick to the relevant motion as you second, because even where I sit, I know not all of us can be in IPU. That one I know, I've never been myself. So you cannot say that some are privileged and others are not. You may have been lucky, you served once, then others are serving in another time. Yeah, so please keep it relevant to the motion on the floor.
Yes, madam, but it's a point that one needs to get off his chest. However, I have great faith in those who have gone, and the reports that have come through, especially Tashkent, Azerbaijan, the Eastern Europe, and some of the issues that the Kenyan parliamentarians have actually fought to bring our neighbors, the Tanzanians, in leadership positions. We hope and pray that when it comes to Kenya, we shall have the same sort of commitment to East Africa. Other than that, Madam Speaker, I do second. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that this House notes the reports of the Kenya delegation to the assemblies of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings as follow. Number one, 147th Assembly held in Luanda, Angola, from 23rd to 27th October 2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 24th February 2026. Number two, 148th Assembly held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 23rd to 27th March 2024, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 18th September 2024. Number three, 149th Assembly held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 13th to 17th October 2024, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th December 2024. And finally, 150th Assembly held in Tashkent, Uzbekistan from 5th to 9th April 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14th October 2025. Member for Shuka Igambangombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I start, Madam, to support the report and say, congratulate the chairman because he has really done a good work in the report, lighting and explaining what IPU is, even to those who didn't know really what IPU does. I'm not complaining that I've never traveled to IPU because he has invited young readers to travel next time. I'm sure he was looking at me, so I'm sure he was talking about me, so I don't need to belabor that. First, I want to say, Chair, like Chairman has said, this House needs to be very strict on the people we set out for delegations. Because I've gone to a number of delegations, I remember the last time I was in Geneva, and we had over 20 members of parliament in Geneva. And in one of the meetings, we looked for 3 members, we could not get them. And it was very embarrassing, Madam Chair. 3 weeks ago, I was in Zambia for network of parliamentary committees on health. And they seem they have trying to hold that meeting in Kenya for the last 8 years, which they could not because they didn't get interest from any member. But finally, this time they have agreed because I really advocated for Kenya to host all parliamentary health committees in Africa, and they accepted. So I agree with the chair that the people who go out for these delegations, they are not just tours and trips. It's to do serious work, just like chair has explained. I was just worried when chair started getting into issues of Afghanistan and Iran and what, because those are very risky issues, Chair, you might put us in trouble. I was getting very worried when you were getting into that part, that I was asking, are we really ready for this? But Chair, I want to congratulate you and the delegation that has been representing us in these committees. On this Youth in Parliament campaign, I was part of it at some time, that young people need to join Parliament, young people need to stop demonstrating in the streets. I know that policies are made in Parliament and you get to Parliament through election. Right now as a country we are undertaking voter registration, and it is very important for young people to come out and register so that they will make sure that their colleagues and fellow young people get into Parliament to bring out matters relating to young people. So Chair, I don't have much to say. I just want to congratulate the Chair for that very elaborate report. Thank you.
Owen Baye.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the reports that have been tabled by the Honorable KG MP for the Goreti South. Honorable Speaker, and I want to inform my senior that I was once in the IPU, and I attended several forums in Geneva. And the IPU is structured in such a way that it discusses a lot of things, especially when I started hearing KJ discuss geopolitics. You know, I was there, and the geopolitics that time were very, very hot that time. And you enjoy actually being at such an institution. Because I remember that time, so motions were being brought, and you see this country does not, this region does not agree with another region. And because of that, they walk away. And there is some filibustering, and there is no decision that is made, Honorable Speaker. And I went there with the Speaker of the Senate, Lusaka, and the current governor of Nakuru. And she was actually elected president of the Women League or something. And Kenya got a very top honor that particular time through Susan Kihika. And we really had a great time that time. And we understood. And actually, it's an important avenue to understand geopolitics and to understand international law, international politics, the UN, and many other things, Honorable Speaker. So when you hear that KJ speak with a lot of passion about it, Honorable Speaker, it is how passionate you get when you start attending those about lawmaking, about. I remember also I went with the Honorable to Pakistan. I went with him to Pakistan. It was the Indian or whatever. You remember we went with you to Pakistan, and the geopolitics there are also very interesting. And I think we need to expose more members of parliament so that they understand geopolitics, they understand the high echelons of parliamentary work. Yes, Honorable Shakil is respected in the parliament of Pakistan. Actually, he almost gets a standing ovation there. And this is what we need to expose many members of parliament to, and I just hope that everybody gets an opportunity to attend those. I hope one day that I'll go to Pan-Africa and understand. I have been there, but I didn't understand much the politics, the African politics. But actually, it's very important for every member of parliament here to get a stint at the international parliaments. And there are many. There is the Commonwealth, there's the IPU, there is the Pan-African one, the East African. All those are important in growing the stature of a member of parliament. I thank you and I support.
Honorable Wako. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the report and also congratulate Honorable KJ for giving enough elaboration on the report so that members can understand. So I want to congratulate him and also congratulate the members who have attended different IPUs because it is very important when you go there, you see different countries, different committees giving different reports and also presenting different papers, which is quite good. I attended once, and I think it is good for Kenya to participate and continue participating, and also attend, because sometimes, yes, we send different delegations, but to get quorum is a problem. We get 2 people, 3 people. It's always good when you have gone out there to represent the country, and also this honorable house, it is good for us to represent the house fully in all the aspects. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support. Member for Tetu. Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to stand and support this report by the KJ's committee. Madam Speaker, I happened to attend a Commonwealth Parliamentary Association in London. And Madam Speaker, I realized Kenyan MPs are really respected. And our participation in that commission and in that meeting was valiant, and everyone was intent and serious, listening to know how we handle our affairs in this country. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I commend this committee's work, and I also commend all the MPs who have been attending these IPUs for the good work they have been doing. They have been really shining on behalf of Kenyans and Kenyan Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Buri, Honorable Rindikiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I happen to represent this parliament in 12 great countries that form the Great Lake region. If you look at the terms of reference of this interparliamentary union, you realize that they deal with matters on peace and security. Kenya is not alone in matters of international conflicts. We have immediate neighborhood, we have the regional neighborhood, we have the continental neighborhood. If we are not kept ablaze and Kenya is not participating in the international peace arena, then we stand to have a serious problem in the future. This committee, Madam Speaker, is talking about sustainable development, about climate change. The committee also deals with democracy and human rights. The committee also deals with United Nations affairs. It also deals with international humanitarian law and order, issues on women, issues on youth, parliamentarian, and working on a group on science and technology, and finally, human rights of parliamentarians. So this is a very important institution. This is a very important activity that this parliament does. It is connecting the African continent together because we cannot move as divided nations. So when a report like this one comes, it gives us what is really happening. And I want to thank the committee for being so diligent in bringing these matters. And what we need to do as a parliament is to pick each one of these reports and deliberate on them, not just for us to come and say, we thank the report, but we need to be given time to speak, to talk about conflict, to talk about peace, Madam Speaker. We need to talk about climate. We have just concluded a very important forum, Africa Forum on housing and urban planning. So these are all intertwined issues that have concern to our nation. I therefore would ask the committee that whenever this report is presented, we now have to learn one or two issues, and we need to create a table, a matrix of action plans that we can implement as a parliament. I support this report, but please, for the future and for people to see it, that it is really important to have this representation, we need to pick action plans that we can implement going forward. I support, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, there being no more interest on this motion, I will call the mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker, I will start by thanking the members who have put in their word into this. I want to thank the Honorable Shakil for seconding this. I want to thank our Deputy Leader of Majority, our Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Wako. I also want to thank the Honorable Member for the Honorable Carido, and also the Honorable Muruidhania, and Honorable Daktari, and he himself being a very youthful member of Parliament, who has also represented country in very many international fora and made a good showing there. Honorable Speaker, what the Honorable Member has spoken about is critical. That the delegations that Kenya sends to these international fora are people who are representing not only this House, but our Republic. That there should be no member who takes international duty and does not attend the proceedings or the meetings that have been scheduled. And Madam Speaker, I want to tell you that the team that we have in the IPU has been a team that would be a good example of what representation of this House should be, with members of this House being able to attend, contribute fully, but even more importantly, find favor among their peers, other members of Parliament from different parliaments, find favor in them and get elected to very pole positions in these IPU, where we have had not less than 4 members of Parliament being elected to lead IPU bureaus. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to make a special mention of our leader in this Parliament, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who currently is chairing the IPU Committee on Human Rights for Parliamentarians. And Madam Speaker, while it might not be known in this House, the work that this Human Rights of Parliamentarians Committee handles at the IPU is a job that would even require for us to request the National Assembly of Kenya to have a debriefing session with this specific honorable member, because the issue that this committee handles, including the human rights of parliamentarians, the abuse that is happening to parliamentarians around the world, some of it being physical, some of it being psychological. And this most esteemed lady, our leader, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, sits through hours upon hours, at times going late into the night, burning the midnight oil, prosecuting matters that have to do with the human rights abuses of members of parliament, up to and including, physical harm and at times even assassinations. And this committee has to sit down, listen in, prosecute these matters, and come up with reports that they do represent to the IPU. And so, Madam Speaker, I needed to put in a special mention of the special work that is being done by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Allow me to also send out the Honorable Kathleen Muma, who herself has also been a consistent member of the IPU, ending up taking leadership positions at the IPU and representing Kenya very well. We've got very many other members who have been consistent members doing an amazing job, up to and including the Honorable Rebecca Tonkei, the Honorable Naisula Lesuda, the Honorable Geoffrey Mulanya, the Honorable, allow me, Madam Speaker, so that I mention them by name, the Honorable, Madam Speaker, you'll allow me to collegiately or collectively mention the members who have taken time and been on duty with us. There is a certain member who I'm sure we traveled with. I'm just not able to get his name. But Honorable Speaker, the point that I was making is that the quality of representation that this House has been sending to the IPU has been one that has received praises from around the world. Madam Speaker, finally, I want to mention that I may no longer be a member of the IPU, at least not for now, after serving my 2 terms as a president of a bureau, but I want to say that IPU still remains important. That for those of us who shall get the opportunity to go out there, we should be a voice, one, for country, for Kenya, and at this time, Madam Speaker, we should also be a voice for our continent, Madam Speaker, in the sense that Africa has to raise its voice so that it gets its pole position in the leadership of global politics, the geopolitics that are at play. The voice of Africa should not be muted. And the easiest way to mute the voice of Africa is the division. And Madam Speaker, we do see when we are attending these international fora that Africa can easily be divided as Anglo-Africa. And we can even be divided along these, our affiliation to former colonial masters, so that we talk about Anglo-Africa, and then we also talk about the Franco-Africa. And these divisions do work hard to weaken the position of Africa on the international stage. Madam Speaker, I was mentioning that the members who have been traveling with us have been members who have been able to put the Kenya position in good light. And I did mention that the Honorable Millie Odhiambo is one of those who is currently the president of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. The Honorable Naisula Lesuda, a long-serving member of this delegation, is a member of the Committee on Sustainable Development. The Honorable Rebecca Tonkei, MP, is a member of the Committee on United Nations Affairs. The Honorable Kathleen Muma, a member of the Working Group on Science and Technology. The Honorable Senator Alan Chesang, MP, as a member of delegation. The Honorable John Chikati, also having been a member has been a member of the delegation, and also the Honorable County MP for Murang'a, Honorable Betty Minor, all of them making their appearance at the IPU and making very great contributions. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I was saying that the matters that are facing humanity today are calling for dialogue. Because the moment dialogue ceases, we shall be diving into the Third World War. And Madam Speaker, knowing how the world is sitting today, knowing that there are nuclear heads in certain countries, knowing that there are weapons of mass destruction already manufactured, the only way for the world right now, Madam Speaker, is the pursuit for human drive towards peace. Because, Madam Speaker, if the world were to go into war today, coming from all corners of the globe, Madam Speaker, it would be such an untidy mess, and it could even easily spell the end of the human race as we know it. So there is a place for peace, there is a place for discussion, and even more importantly, there is a place for the demand of respect, even for countries that have previously been considered to be third world countries. And the IPU offers a great platform and a great stage for Africa to debate its issues on the international fora. And so, Madam Speaker, I do beg to move that we adopt these reports. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, with all that being said, I do beg to reply, Madam Speaker, and I do ask you, Madam Speaker, I do make a special request that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 53, subsection 3, I would like to request that the putting of this question be deferred, and for good reason. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
That is well noted and assented to. Next order.
Order number 15, the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, second reading.
Majority Leader, Honorable Owen.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to move the bill on the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, Bill of the National Assembly number 41 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, be now read a second time. This bill, Honorable Speaker, and I would like the Honorable Oundo to listen to this. It's very important. You know, you're a good debater. You're a good debater, and I would like you to listen so that when you come to debate, you will have all the facts. This is very important bill.
Honorable Owen, do not address Honorable Oundo. Address the Speaker.
My Speaker, allow the Honorable Oundo to come back. Order him to come back. Honorable Speaker, it's my pleasure to introduce this bill, that this bill is a milestone in our journey towards universal health coverage. Well, we have passed laws to fund health care and digitize records in this House, this 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker. This bill addresses the most crucial and critical missing link, the quality of health care. This is what this bill is about. That is why it is called the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, with the aim of consolidating all these safety institutions where we have silos and putting them under one authority. That is the essence of this bill, and that's why it is worth listening to as I move this bill, so that we don't have all these doctors, an institution that looks only at doctors, another institution that looks at nurses, another institution that looks at health safety. We're now going to put them under one authority called the Healthcare and Patient Safety Authority. And that is the essence of this bill, Honorable. And I wanted to make that very clear so that my friend, my partner in many other things, Jack Wamboka, can listen and debate. Honorable Speaker, currently, our regulatory environment is fragmented with over 5 different boards independently inspecting facilities. This bill seeks to consolidate that oversight under one roof to ensure that whether a Kenyan walks into a hospital facility in Nairobi or a dispensary in a rural village, they are met with the same high standards of safety. And this is what this bill is, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to highlight the core pillars of this bill. 1, the establishment of the authority. The authority is called the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Authority. Honorable Speaker, the creation of the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Authority aligns Kenya with international best practices. I have said, Honorable Speaker, we have very many of them, 5 of them. Five safety authority, 5 what I called 5 institutions that look at the safety and quality of healthcare and of patients. Now we are consolidating them into one. So we are moving from silos to systems. Currently, our regulatory landscape is compartmentalized. The Medical Council monitors doctors, while the Nursing Council monitors nurses, while professional conduct matters. It is only one piece of puzzle, Honorable Speaker. This bill shifts our focus from individual conduct to systems safety, systemic safety, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the comprehensive oversight, now we have comprehensive oversight in clause 27 of the bill, Honorable Speaker. Under this clause, the authority will have the bird's eye view we've been missing. It will oversee everything from infrastructure standards and equipment maintenance to the clinical safety protocols that prevent medical errors, Honorable Speaker. We need to end the conflict of interest. You know, sometimes the doctors oversight their own doctors. Nurses oversight their own nurses. What we have is a conflict of interest where doctors want to protect fellow doctors, nurses want to protect fellow nurses, Honorable Speaker. Most importantly, this bill removes the inherent conflict of interest in our current setup. We are moving away from peer review, where doctors review other doctors, Honorable Speaker, model of inspection, and therefore we no longer will professionals be solely responsible for inspecting the very buildings they work in, Honorable Speaker. By establishing an independent authority, we ensure that oversight is objective, rigorous, and above all, focused on the patient, Honorable Speaker. That's what this bill is about, Honorable Speaker. Patient rights and safety. Clauses 7 to 25 talks about the patient's rights and safety, Honorable Speaker. This is more than just a list of rights. It is a legal shield for the Kenyan citizen, a legal shield for patients, Honorable Speaker. So that when you go to hospital, you have certain rights that are protected in law as a patient, Honorable Speaker. 1, it guarantees protections. Beyond the rights to care, it guarantees the rights to be heard and the right to safe health products. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution guarantees the right to health care, Honorable Speaker, but does not move, Honorable Speaker, to guarantee the rights to be heard when you have been wronged, Honorable Speaker. So here, in this law, Honorable Speaker, there is the right to be heard and the right to safe health, not just health, but safe health products, Honorable Speaker. So those manufacturers, pharmaceuticals, that manufacture drugs that are not to the quality standards that are expected. And I'm happy that Leo is listening because this is his field. I'm happy that Leo is here. And Wamutende, the famous Wamutende. You know, this is his field. I know about that because I helped him grow that field. The Patients' Rights Charter. We have a Patients' Rights Charter in clause 17. So as you visit a health facility, Honorable Speaker, you have a health charter that is there. Crucially, the bill mandates that every health facility must develop and prominently display a patient's rights charter. Honorable Speaker, during the performance contracts period, there used to be charters that used to be displayed there, but there was no oversight over those charters, and nobody will come to really check from the health standards, come and check whether we are following that. But this time, Honorable Speaker, when we pass this law, Honorable Speaker, we shall have a patient rights charter developed and must be prominently displayed as a patient rights charter. This ensures that no Kenyan is left in the dark about their entitlements. The authority will provide a standardized template for these charters, updated after 2 years, so that informed consent, and this is a very important one, Honorable Speaker, informed consent and dignity are visible promises on every clinic wall, not just words in a statute book, Honorable Speaker. So we are giving an opportunity to patients, Honorable Speaker, to actually pursue their rights because they know what the rights they are, because they are visibly displayed in the hospitals. Honorable Speaker, enforcement, clause 18. Talk about the enforcement of this charter. This clause is particularly heavy-hitting. It mandates that every facility must adhere to safety standards. If a facility's negligence leads to harm, and no, Honorable Speaker, there are many, many patients that die in hospital because of negligence. There are patients, Honorable Speaker, who actually move out of hospital. I have one of my staff, Honorable Speaker, who went to hospital and negligently a nurse put the injection in the wrong place. And that lady now limps to work. And she's been like that for the last 4 months because of negligence of a medical staff, Honorable Speaker. And this lady probably doesn't know her rights and she doesn't know where to go because of that. But then we are saying, and this is very important. This is very important. And I wish the Honorable Nyikal was here, the chair of health was here, but Pato is here to prepare Honorable Pato to second me. If a facility's negligence leads to harm, they are no longer just liable for civil suits. And this is important. They are not just liable for civil suits. They face a criminal fine of up to Kenya shillings 50 million. 50 million shillings, Honorable Speaker, or imprisonment for up to 10 years. So we have moved from civil suits, Honorable Speaker, when there is negligence by a doctor or a nurse or any other person, to criminal offense that you pay a fine of 50 million or 10 years in jail, Honorable Speaker. This ensures that quality is not a suggestion, but a strictly enforced requirement. Honorable Speaker, in the past, quality is like a suggestion. Safety is like a suggestion in hospital. But now, if a clinician makes mistakes or through negligence, Honorable Speaker, a patient is harmed, you pay a fine of up to 50 million or 10 years in jail, Honorable Speaker, and that guarantees safety. I want to move on to the next one, registration, licensing, and accreditation of health workers and health facilities. That is in clauses 42 to 71. Honorable Speaker, this pillar introduces a 3-step safety gate for all health facilities. One, every health facility must be registered. Entry into the national database. We have a lot of facilities, Honorable Speaker, that operate that are not registered. But now we are saying, under this law, all facilities must be registered. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, all facilities must be licensed, authorization to operate based on minimum infrastructure, and you're not just licensed. You must have minimum infrastructure standards for you to be licensed. And third, Honorable, is accreditation. Under clause 61, facilities will undergo quality scoring and rating. Only facilities that achieve the required accreditation score will be allowed to contract with them. And this is very important. You see, every facility now benefits from SHIF, the Social Health Insurance Fund, every facility. But now we are saying that when you have a good credit score, then you'll be allowed to access SHIF. If you don't have a good credit score, what should we give you SHIF, Honorable Speaker? So we are saying, we are telling providers, if you want public money, you must provide quality care. And I want to repeat that so that Jack Wamboa can go to his village and tell those guys. If you want public money, you must provide quality care. If you don't provide quality care and you're providing health services, you cannot access public funds. So SHIF will be only for those facilities that adhere to safety standards and provide quality care. Honorable Speaker, I want to go to, I'm almost coming to the end, Honorable Speaker. The Healthcare Tribunal. The Healthcare Tribunal is also introduced in this new bill under clauses 83 to 86. So you have what you call the Healthcare Tribunal. Honorable Speaker, the wheels of justice in our ordinary courts can be painfully slow for a patient who has suffered harm or a facility facing wrongful closure. Today, if anything happens to you at hospital, you go to court. When you go to court, the court might have other matters. It might take 10 years before you get justice because of an injury that you sustained, because of the carelessness or negligence of a doctor. But we're saying now we are establishing a healthcare tribunal which can fast-track cases. You remember during electioneering time, Honorable Speaker, if you had an issue and we went to court, by the time it is dispensed with, the election will be over because you went to court. But then the Political Parties Act established the tribunal. You go there, you get your justice and come back and continue very, very fast. And the election, I think the Electoral Commission also has, IBC also has something like that, Honorable Speaker. The political parties also has that, where you get justice very fast. Now we are saying, in this new law, we are introducing healthcare tribunal, so that where you have a problem with a medical facility, you have a problem with a doctor, Honorable Speaker, you will be able to actually go to the tribunal and seek justice from there. So, specialized expertise, this tribunal will consist of both legal and medical experts, not just judges, but people who are averse in legal matters, but also medical experts. They'll be able to sit in the tribunal and give you justice within a short time. Secondly on it, is efficiency. It is designed to adjudicate disputes such as the revocation of a license or a breach of patient's rights quickly and with technical depth. It ensures that health disputes are handled by people who understand the difference between a medical complication and medical negligence. As I come to the end and prepare my Honorable Pato, the Vice Chairman of the Medical, to second me, Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. One of the biggest hurdles to healthcare reform has been the clash of laws. We have very many laws in the healthcare. We have very many laws in the safety. We have very many laws, Honorable Speaker, on the care of patients. But now we are saying this bill makes specific amendments to 15 other statutes. 15 statutes are amended by this law. 15 statutes are amended, Honorable Speaker, because of the litany of laws that we have, Honorable Speaker, including the Pharmacy and Poisons Act, the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Act. All these are amended. This will remove the overlapping powers that confuse when all these institutions are involved, Honorable Speaker. It clearly defines that while the professional boards still license the practitioners, this new law is the supreme authority on the facility, Honorable Speaker. This prevents forum shopping. You know what forum shopping is? Yes, that I think I can get justice in this board, and therefore you go there because you know someone or because you think they will be amenable to you, so you avoid the other. So forum shopping, Honorable Speaker, will come to an end. This prevents forum shopping and ensures there is only one standard of quality of care in Kenya. Only one standard, instead of many standards under the different, like the practitioners, the dentists, the poisons board, the pharmacists, and all that. Honorable Speaker, stakeholder engagement. The Committee on Health conducted an extensive and transparent public participation exercise. They received submissions from 16 major stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health, the Law Society of Kenya, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, and various professional councils. Following these engagements, the committee made several key improvements. One, refining the tribunal's mandate. It was refined at the stakeholders' engagement. The healthcare tribunal's scope was narrowed to focus specifically on quality and safety disputes, preventing it from becoming overwhelmed by general insurance claims. Two, technical oversight. The powers to develop clinical scopes of practice was moved from the Cabinet Secretary to the Director General of Health, Honorable Speaker. Second to last, balanced penalty clauses were adjusted to be firm enough to deter quacks, but fair enough to allow legitimate facilities to rectify systems issues without immediate closure. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, regulatory duplication. The ministry clarified that while professional councils will still oversee the integrity of their members, the authority will handle the physical licensing and inspection of the building and system. In conclusion, I think I've spoken very long and I need a glass of water now, Honorable Speaker, but I want to say this. We cannot talk about universal health coverage if that coverage does not guarantee universal safety. When we must discuss universal health coverage, Honorable Speaker, we must also talk about universal safety of those patients. This bill ensures that our healthcare system is not just about the number of beds we have, but the quality of care provided in those beds. It protects the patients, empowers the practitioners, and brings to order to the sector. Honorable Speaker, I thank you and request the Honorable Pato, the Vice Chair of the Health Committee, to second. Thank you.
Very well. Member for Chuka Igamba Ng'ombe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I stand to second.
Which chair? Honorable member.
Oh, Speaker, I stand to second. And I want to thank majority because he has done so well. So I don't need to belabor what he has already said. I don't need to go through this word by word because majority leaders has gone through it too well until I think we need to get an institution that can give him an honorary degree in these things. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, we like the Constitution, we love the Constitution of Kenya, and there are so many things we guaranteed Kenyans in the Constitution, but we never put them to effect. For example, in Section 43, we said that Kenyans have a right to the highest attainable standards of healthcare. So the Constitution assures Kenyans that anywhere you go for treatment, you should get the highest attainable standards of healthcare. But we did not put that into effect because we needed to put institutions in place that will ensure quality health is given to Kenyans. As opening remarks, Madam Speaker, if you look at the cases we go through in this house, patients have been misdiagnosed, patients have been treated wrongly. 3 months ago, we had a patient who went for plastic surgery and was mishandled. When all those matters end up in court, there is no legal backing to say that you are not given quality health care because as a country, we have never defined what is this quality health care. So the gist of this bill and the gist of the authority that we seek to form in this bill is to ensure that when you walk up into a health facility, either private or public, you know the standards of health care that you expect. And if you don't get that then, as you seek liquors, you have somewhere to look back to because standards of quality will have been outlined. Majority has brought it very clearly that in the health sector today, people have been doing what we call peer management. You look at doctors, if a doctor misdiagnoses you today, you go to KMPDC. When you go to KMPDC is an institution for doctors. So you'll find their colleagues, and they'll take you in circles. In that case, you'll never get any liquors. If a nurse mistreats you today, you go to the nursing council. The main purpose of nursing council is to take care of nurses. So how do you wish to get justice from an organization that is funded from money from the nurses? How do you wish to get justice from an organization that is funded by deductions from doctors' salaries? So we need a body that is above peer influence that can regulate the quality of healthcare in this country. That was just to explain to members what all this bill is about, because when people get long treatment in this country, they end up to members' offices. Members bring petitions in this house that my constituents was wrongly treated, my constituents got the long prescription, the surgery went long. But when you go to court finally, you don't go to win that case. Because in Kenya, we have never stated what is quality, what should be the quality of care in this country and the patient safety as a country. And as we go towards universal health coverage, in this house we mention universal health coverage almost every week. But we say universal health coverage. This is very important, Honorable Omoka, because I know you'll be bringing a petition very soon that your constituent has been mistreated. Universal health coverage, we say the most important things in UHC is standards, accreditation, and the quality of care that people get. So Kenya has made great strides in achieving UHC. As a country, we are making great strides in achieving UHC. But we cannot achieve UHC until we make sure that the coverage people are getting, the coverage Kenyans are getting, is coverage of quality health care and patient safety being part of it. Honorable Speaker, the establishment of this authority, because the authority will be the primary regulator of all the facilities in the country. And we won't have conflict again, because we will not have a myriad of organizations, a myriad of bodies claiming to be regulating the quality of care of this country. So you know the door to knock. If your patient is wrongly treated, for example, if your patient is wrongly treated in Kenyatta today and you want to issue a case, then the nurse will say, no, I'm not the one who did it. I referred to the specialist will say, I'm not the one. is the general surgeon will say, no, that mistake occurred. So you will be pushed to so many organizations as you seek justice for your patient. So, Madam Chair, this authority will be like an umbrella authority at a one-stop shop where you can go and claim that you didn't get the quality of care that you wanted. Secondly, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, as I finish, I'm almost finishing, because this is very important.
Focus on the speaker.
When you, Madam
Ignore
Speaker,
Honorable Amboka, who is harassing you.
no, I just know you disturb us with the petitions here finally, and the way he blinks them forcibly. Madam Speaker, when you want to register a health facility in this country today, the bodies that you have to go to for licenses are too many and too expensive that every year you renew like 4 or 5 licenses for different bodies. And this cost finally is pushed to the patient. Because an entrepreneur, once I register my facility and I paid for these licenses, I must recover my money. But now we are crossing this gap that you just need to go to one authority and register your health facility. Madam Speaker, during the interactions with the ministry, Madam Speaker, this gap was noted very clearly. We have received so many complaints that we are one government. Why are you paying 6, 7 licenses to register one facility? And in cognizance to that, Madam Speaker, because I want to go finishing now, we realize that one of the arguments we advanced for a common and single regulator in the sector is that when you have so many regulators, the conflict is so much that you go to somewhere, they tell you, no, you can't set KMPDs here, we are a nursing facility. So you can only set the nursing council here. You go to a pharmacist, your patient go long medicine, they will tell you, no, you can't bring KMPDs here, this is a pharmacist board. So by the time you get justice, you have been taken to circles until you get tired. So, Madam Speaker, because members will have time to debate this bill in the floor, I just wanted to explain the gist of the bill, just the gist of the bill, that it's to take care of the quality of care that Kenyans receive in this country, both in private hospitals, both in national government hospitals, both in county hospitals. That when you get long diagnosis, when you are not treated lightly, you have a chart to say, I should have been treated like this. But right now as a country, we just talk of healthcare. We disperse it as much as possible. Everybody can access a doctor, anybody can access a nurse. But the quality of treatment you get when you access them, anybody can buy medicine here, but the quality you get, we have never discussed quality. We have never discussed patient safety. And at the center of UHC, Madam Speaker, should be safety and patient safety and quality care. Not just any care, that you get quality care. And now we want to remove it from a statement because we put it in the Constitution, but we did not put it to effect. So we want to assure now that as we put it in Article 43(1)(a) in the Constitution, finally, Kenyans will be able to access quality care, and patient safety will not only be a statement, but a right guaranteed in the Constitution of this country. Madam Speaker, I second.
Very well. Honorable members, allow me to propose a question that the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, be read a second time. Member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise to support this very, very important bill and to thank Deputy Majority Leader for really bringing this in this House. Madam Speaker, see, one of the things in Kenya when we talk about quality healthcare and patient safety, many people will see it, to them it might mean about illness and all that. But the most important thing, it is how do you do your work effectively, consistently, and without causing harm? Because that is what every Kenyan has gone through, Madam Speaker. And you find that the most important thing is that, and I wish even the health care givers would appreciate that always remember the patient is centered in all this. And therefore, you must respect the patient, his needs, preferences, and all that. So when I look at the bill, and minimize again the risks and harm. But then now, when you look at the way we go through a process, even when we are talking about just getting this health center, as all the speakers have said. So you have, number one, a facility license, the county license, the public health sanitation license, fire and safety, I don't know, professional license for staff, and many others. Now, when it comes to a patient going through a process who has gone through mismanagement of his own health and now is looking for justice, I think this is where now we need this bill to come in and ask ourselves, because all the organizations that we gave, what they have turned out to be is how to protect their own. And I know many institutions are doing that. How do they protect their own so that you don't find yourself, you've gone through a whole system. And one of the things that happens when you find yourself gone, your family just goes through hell just to understand what really happened in this. And then when you go to court, justice will come after 5, 6 years. And so this bill, as it's stated, for me, when I look at first part 2 of patient rights and safety, number one, I know Kenyans, most of them, because of all this route that we give Kenyans and they get, and we know Kenyans will get tired and decide, no, let me just give up on this. And so we have made it so simple for many Kenyans giving up, Madam Speaker, and wondering. But then there's also another thing. For you to have that patient's right and safety, then we must deal and ask ourselves, how do we deal with the staff shortages? Few doctors. Madam Speaker, there's one thing we don't talk about. We fear. But honestly, if you are working, for example, at Kenyatta National Hospital, and I'm not saying it's bad for you to be a private doctor also. It's important. But is it fair, Madam Speaker, when you are now a doctor of Kenyatta and you find yourself having your own clinic, you concentrate more on your clinic than even the hospital where you are. See, then you'd better just leave the hospital and go concentrate on the clinic. Because that is one thing that brings now that risk. And I can tell you with examples, Madam Speaker, and I'll quote Justice Majanja. You know, it was just very sad that after his doctor finalized and left, those who were left to take care of him, just one small thing, the pipe that they did not remember, just took him. And now they're in court with the family, which is very sad. We lost him not because of anything. A person who drove himself to a hospital for treatment, but went. And many others. I mean, the late Malulu here. By the time, Madam Speaker, I won't say the hospital, we are removing him from that hospital. You remember he had fell in the washroom. It is his bodyguard who was struggling. By the time you pick him and change hospitals, he's gone. It is very unfair. And we have nobody to question. And many others will come and tell you. And I can tell you, if today, Majority Leader, you call in and say, anyone who has a petition, you'll be shocked at the petitions we can receive on this matter of safety. And today, I can tell you also, just the other day, Madam Speaker, and I will quote her because she told me and I felt very sad. The wife of Honorable Jamlek rushed to a hospital, I won't say which one. She arrived in the hospital, she told them, I feel I have a problem with my chest. I cannot breathe. And she says, this nurse decided just to tell her, we've already taken your vitals.
It is not what you are thinking. And she decided to remove the injections she had been put, walked out, rushed, called another doctor, and had to rush to that doctor. By the time she was arriving, she was very lucky because she had pneumonia, which they had not found, and she was just going. So, if there are these patients who feel threatened, where will they run to? And that is why this bill has to come in and come in very fast. We don't need to really ask ourselves how we are going to, let us try our best. And I've always said, Madam Speaker, if there is a parliament, people abuse every day, but has tried its best to bring in very critical bills that have become acts, is the 13th parliament. It's only that people bash us because they don't read, they don't look, but we have done our best. And so, when you look at 4 of Article 14, that every patient has the right to safety and quality health products and technologies. That is another area, Madam Speaker, we are going through. That's why they diagnose you, they tell you you have cancer. You arrive in another hospital somewhere, they tell you you didn't have cancer, you have this. In fact, some doctors who are very good doctors with their patients, they'll tell you, I can do this here, but I want you to leave and go do it somewhere else. Why? Because the challenge we are facing, Madam Speaker, is that you'll find you have very good doctors, but now the remaining structure that is the support team to take care of you is where everyone is becoming more and day and night afraid of who is gonna take care of me after the doctor. And that is one thing we must cure. And this bill comes into cure. Madam Speaker, when I look at the memorandum and the objects, I think a clause that we will really, really work on is where, I think it's part 8, it says, and that's clause 93, provides for the delegation of power to the cabinet secretary in the ministry responsible for health in consultation with the board of directors of the authority to make regulations for the better carrying into effect of the provisions of the Act and the general provisions such as categorization of ambulances. And Madam Speaker, I realize the road accidents we are having as I finalize, there's one thing we need to really ask ourselves. We are losing so many people just because you didn't have quick response, there was no ambulance. And I think we need it on the highways now. We need Kenya for now to assist in every highway of Kenya. Let them have a few ambulances that can save Kenyans who have really, really gone through a lot. With that, Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
I wouldn't agree more with you, Honorable Elachi. I know this black spot is one of the most affected constituency are known, and it's just about when time we should respond to that. Honorable Wamboka.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to support this bill by my friend in very many other things. Honorable Speaker, healthcare in this country is deteriorating at a very high rate. Whereas it is a human right, healthcare is a human right. Very many people are suffering, Honorable Speaker, in the hands of practitioners, in the hands of crooks who pretend to be professional people in these practitioners, and many people lose lives that we ought not to have lost. The fact that this bill emphasizes on the rights of patients and safety, I think it's a very important thing, Honorable Speaker. It has reached at a point where, Honorable Speaker, healthcare is very commercialized in this country. If today you had an accident at the gate of Nairobi Hospital and you are nobody, Honorable Speaker, believe you me, you will not be treated at Nairobi Hospital. You will be taken to Kenyatta National Hospital, thrown there, not attended to. It is very unfair, Honorable Speaker. If you are to be taken to that Nairobi Hospital, you need a deposit, a mandatory deposit of 500,000, 1 million, depending, Honorable Speaker. We must fix this and let life count, the life of ordinary patients, Mr. Honorable Speaker. We've had so many laws in this country, and I wish the bill can tighten and bring sanity around this field of health, Honorable Speaker. The other day, when the government brought this monster called SHA, they told us so many stories of how SHA is going to work. Honorable Speaker, SHA is not working. Kenyans are suffering. We need something to be done, and to be done yesterday, Honorable Speaker. There is something happening around the SHA arena where a hospital provides service to people. After some time, it's closed down. When you go there, they told you SHA is not working. This is a patient who has a SHA, enrolled on SHA, admitted in that hospital knowingly that SHA is going to help them sort out their hospital bills, Honorable Speaker. Towards being discharged, they're told that now you have to pay because SHA is not working. Government must do something about this thing. There are so many cartels around this area, Honorable Speaker. In the county I come from, teachers are crying. They were removed from Minet and dumped on SHA, Honorable Speaker. But teachers in my county of Bungoma are suffering. Then they were told only Bungoma West Hospital will give them service, Honorable Speaker, under SHA. After 1 month, SHA said, now you cannot access their service through the same hospital. These teachers can go nowhere, Honorable Speaker. Teachers deserve to be treated just fairly as any other civil servant. And we want to ask the government, move with speed. The Minet thing was working. If it is working, why fix it? You only fix things that are not working. Move very quickly and ensure that teachers, especially teachers of my county, Bungoma County, Honorable Speaker, whom I have met and I have expressed deep concerns because they are suffering. Let us have care that is regularized, that life of every other Kenyan, Honorable Speaker, has a meaning. In terms of registration, licensing, accreditation, very many people have died in the hands of crooks who pretend to be practitioners, Honorable Speaker, and we've seen it. Some, while giving birth, they're attended to by people who have never gone to any school, and our mothers end up dying, our children end up dying, Honorable Speaker. I support this bill so that it tightens, even introduce very tough penalties to make it very difficult to discourage any scrupulous fraudster who would think that they want to take advantage of Kenyan people, including death penalty, because lives have been lost at the hands of these characters, Honorable Speaker. We must also have them face the death penalty. If you want to practice without registration or licensing or accreditation, then face the law. Face the law. Because we cannot allow Kenyans to continue suffering. And Honorable Speaker, the cartels that are stealing, this government should go for them, especially under Shah. There's so much theft. There's so much theft. A lot of money is coming in, but very little is going out, Honorable Speaker, and only to a few who are known to the powers that be. Introduction of healthcare tribunal is a very fundamental concept, Honorable Speaker. We want legal practitioners who understand healthcare. Honorable Speaker, we want this issue to be dealt with not only lawyers, but lawyers who understand the medical field properly, Honorable Speaker. So that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, because our courts are too crowded. You will take a matter now. I lost an angle, Honorable Speaker. He was a county commissioner for Busia County, the late Honorable Omalwa. Up to now, we are pursuing for justice, and we have not. Very many years down the line, Honorable Speaker, I have lost very many other people. We are still chasing answers for these deaths, Honorable Speaker, but we can't find because our courts are too crowded with many other things. So we should have a tribunal that deals specifically with matters of healthcare, Honorable Speaker, so that at the end of the day, these issues are attended to urgently so that Kenyans can have justice, Honorable Speaker. I don't want to say so much, Honorable Speaker, but end my contribution by pleading with this government. Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are suffering. It is the primary mandate of any government that respects itself. Any government that is responsible to the citizenry that elected it, to serve them. You can talk of very many things, including trips to Singapore. You can talk about them the way you want. But unless you sort out this health menace, you will have no energy. Forget about Singapore. You will have no energy to go to Bungoma, Honorable Speaker. So yes, you may have very fantastic ideas about this country, but the healthcare and education, because the foundation of healthcare is proper education, Honorable Speaker, is that we must have schools that are functioning. Kids go to school, they go to proper universities, they get proper medical education so that this field can be functional. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Majority Leader, go back to the government. SHA is not working. We need proper health care. I support your bill. Thank you.
Very well. Member from Mbeere North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity on a matter that really is close to my heart, both professionally and in terms of loss, because I put it to everyone here that someone you know has been affected by poor quality healthcare. And it's not just the quality of the healthcare services, quality of the dispensary, or even quality of a theater. It's medical misdiagnosis, delayed diagnosis, wrong prescription, you know. Some patients are actually given, I've seen cases, even a good friend who sometime actually was very lucky that he got into a chemist, got a drug, got a reaction, and I advised him to go to a certain doctor, and actually this doctor saved his life. And these cases are very many. And Madam Speaker, I want to say I support this bill. It is timely. I'm actually finding myself so lucky. I've come into Parliament when it's legislating very key bills like the National Infrastructure Fund, and now we have the Quality Healthcare Bill. I want to say that the quality of healthcare, in fact, a study done by researchers at Johns Hopkins in 2016 found that medical negligence is the third leading cause of death in the US. Third leading cause of death in the US, and they only looked at cancer and heart disease. Now, just imagine Kenya, where even you walk into a chemist and you get an antibiotic. You walk into a chemist, you explain something to a pharmaceutical technologist or a dispenser, and they give you a drug whose adverse reactions are a whole page. They don't even take your history. They don't know your familial history. They just give you a drug. I dare say, Madam Speaker, we have to really take health seriously, and I will not point fingers at government this time. I want to differ with the honorable member, because there is no one called government, Madam Speaker. These are our brothers, these are our sisters in these chemists.
What is out of order, Honorable Wamboka?
I will ask the majority side to teach Honorable Mdende a few rules. You cannot differ. You are debating. Just concentrate on the bill. Don't support or differ with me on the floor here. So,
no,
Honorable
Kenyans are
Honorable Wamboka, Honorable Wamboka, order. Honorable Wamboka, you are totally out of order, because I have heard you also disagree on this floor as you debate. Allow the member from Mbeere North to debate. Continue, Honorable Wamboka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's a good attempt. A misfire, and I respect that. But I was actually putting across a very important point. There is no one called government in a hospital. We have very good doctors, we have very good pharmacists, lab technologists, healthcare workers. But there is also the opposite. So if you are not treated well and you say government is not working, that is not correct. We can report some of these services that are wrong, or even these workers that don't give justice to our people. As I stand here today, I'm actually, Mbeere North is in mourning. We had a demonstration today, again on the same issue about the Sierra Level 4 Hospital, and 2 young men have been shot by police. And it's really a sad situation, and we condole with the family. And I believe action will be taken. We are calling for action to be taken against this police. But coming back to this bill, Honorable Speaker, this tribunal, and it's really a tough one, and I hope we can achieve it finally through this bill. We have doctors' professional indemnity. And I don't know why our doctors, are so keen on protecting each other when there is a case of a medical error, or even a case where a patient has complained. Because when you seek second opinion, doctors even shy away from doing that. You go to even South Africa, which is a country where healthcare is really progressed, and doctors give second opinion and even advise their colleagues that your patient came to me, they had a concern, you did this, and send back the patient. Today in Kenya, if you go to a certain doctor, if you go, and this is how it works, Honorable Speaker, you go to seek second opinion, this doctor will actually tell you how did you even go to that doctor? That doctor's patients keep coming back to me. And that's why you find a lot of time we have doctors who are not willing even to come and testify or even give evidence in very glaring cases of negligence. So I support this bill. We need this healthcare tribunal. We need to find a way of checking and ensuring our patients get quality health care because it is a right and it should not be a right on paper. It should be delivered because it is very easy. We have one of the best, actually among the best training in medicine, in pharmacy, in the universities in Kenya. So I don't see how, and this is mainly because of the financial angle that has come up, I don't see why we should not offer quality healthcare here in Kenya. Yet most of our doctors, leading surgeons out there, you go to the US, you go to the UK, you go to South Africa, you find it's Kenyan doctors, and you have doctors even here in Kenya who are doing very well. But I dare say we need this healthcare tribunal to be set up, to be very responsive to the patient, because any healthcare system should be patient-centered. It should deliver to the patient and only to the patient. You know, unfortunately, when you are the referee and you are the player, it becomes very difficult. Like, I have a case in 2022, a young woman is taken to one of the leading hospitals, actually in the hands of senior doctors, a very simple procedure which gets complicated, and she dies 1 year later. And of course, how do you deal with such cases when the doctor who operated on this patient is the same one who trained even doctors in the KMPDC and even doctors in any tribunal that you would set up? So we have to find a way of making this very objective so that when patients complain, any complaint that is brought up by patients is handled in a very professional way, very objective way, and let doctors have good doctors' professional indemnity, because in most countries, doctors even are not worried about these lawsuits because their professional indemnity handles that. But our doctors here, they want to curtail, they want to prevent all that. So I beg to support, and I dare say this is long time. We've waited for a long time, and SHA is working in Bere North. Maybe you need to find out what's not happening in Bungoma.
Member for Kilome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that any healthy nation is strong. Honorable Speaker, because of time, because I can see I have only a few minutes, as I support this bill, there are very critical issues which we need to think about. When we talk of healthcare or a healthy nation, we need to emphasize on pumping more money in the health sector and education at the same time, because these, both of them carry the same weight. And why I'm saying this is that I'm not disputing about the issues of the affordable housing, but how I wish we can concentrate more on giving priority to health care services. Honorable Speaker, I've no doubt that we have issues, and I want to mention this, if the owner of the bill can even capture this. We have 8 issues when it comes to emergencies. Honorable Speaker, in most of these, talk of the public or the private hospitals, you get critical issues about emergency patients. How on earth we don't have doctors who have mercy? You can be put in the emergency facility and you are not treated until you give a deposit. Our wish now, this bill can capture a mandatory instruction that any patient who is in that emergency situation before you demand for anything, let the doctors take care of the patient, because we have lost so many patients when it comes to handling emergency issues. Honorable Speaker, I want to point out that county governments have issues with medical, quality of medical care. Most of these counties, I don't know where they are taking the monies, and I wish to be corrected, because right now, walk to any health facility, there are no enough drugs. You get the doctors are there, you get the nurses are there, but there is no, there are no drugs. The patient are organized, and at the end of the day, they are given a prescription to go and buy medicine from these chemists. Honorable Speaker, we have also had some issues, and I would like the owner of this bill to capture this. Every now and then, there are doctors and nurses strikes. How I wish this can be regulated into a law such that even if there is which kind of problem facing the doctors, let they not be given the chance to risk the lives of our people in our country, because it has been a rampant issue, and I know this can be well articulated and well put in this bill. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I would like the mover of this bill to make sure that he gets enough funding to do public participation, to inform the health care departments, even engage the doctors themselves, the nurses themselves. And I know we'll come up with a very quality health care bill. Honorable Speaker, to finish with, in any nation in this country, where healthcare is well taken care of, that nation is very healthy. And I want to insist that as a government, we pump more money to healthcare and education facilities, providing the same. And I can candidly say that if we take care of healthcare in our country, and I will categorically say that we have some good facilities for training doctors and nurses in this country.
Very well. Member for Kilome, you'll have a balance of 2 minutes. 2 minutes, if you wish, the next time this comes up for debate. Order, members. Honorable members, and the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 15th April 2026 at 9:30 a.m.